Hello there and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity slows down, the world gets a little quieter, and even the coldest places on Earth can become part of a calm evening story. Tonight, we are heading, at least in thought, to a place most people will never visit. A place so far away, so frozen, so empty, and so difficult to reach that it has gathered around itself a thick blanket of rumours, warnings, mysteries, and very dramatic internet theories. Tonight, we're talking about Antarctica, the white continent at the bottom of the world, and why, for most of us, we cannot simply go there. Now, of course, when people say you cannot go to Antarctica, that sentence can sound a little suspicious, can't it? It has the flavour of something whispered in a dim room by someone who owns too many maps and not enough reliable sources. It makes it sound as if there is a locked gate somewhere in the Southern Ocean, guarded by serious people in dark coats, refusing to let anyone see what is really going on beyond the ice. And if you spend enough time online, you will find people saying exactly that. They will tell you there are secret bases under the snow, strange objects hidden beneath the glaciers, giant creatures waiting below the ice shelf, ruins of lost civilizations, ancient pyramids, crashed flying saucers, or doors into the hollow earth. Antarctica is very good at attracting that sort of thing. It sits there, enormous and silent, covered in ice, photographed from satellites, visited by scientists, protected by treaties, and almost completely absent from ordinary human life. For the imagination, that is quite a dangerous combination. But the real reason you cannot casually go to Antarctica is not because someone is hiding a giant metal door in the side of a mountain. It is because Antarctica is Antarctica. It is not a normal destination. It is not a place where you book a cheap weekend flight, lose your luggage, and complain that the hotel breakfast only had 3 kinds of jam. It is the coldest continent, the driest continent, the windiest continent, and one of the most isolated places humans have ever tried to work, study, or survive. It is a continent that does not need guards to keep people out. The weather does most of the work, the distance does the rest, and if those fail, the ice has a few suggestions of its own. Before we drift any farther south, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight. Are you somewhere warm, with a window open, and the night air moving gently through the room? Or are you already wrapped in blankets, perhaps feeling as though your own bedroom has decided to become a small research station? And if you were offered the chance to visit Antarctica, properly, carefully, with a warm coat and someone else responsible for the paperwork, would you go? Or would you very sensibly admire it from a safe distance, preferably with tea, central heating, and no chance of being chased sideways by a wind strong enough to make your bones reconsider their career choices? If you find this kind of journey calming, strange, or just interesting enough to keep you company while your thoughts begin to slow down, I would be grateful if you gave the video a like and perhaps subscribed. It helps this quiet little place reach others who enjoy science, history, mysteries, and the sort of facts that make the world feel larger without making the evening feel too loud. And, as always, I hope this is interesting enough to gently hold your attention, but not so interesting that it keeps you awake. Though if it does, at least you will have learned why Antarctica has done such a good job of staying distant, dangerous, and wonderfully difficult. So settle in. Let your shoulders loosen a little. Let the day move behind you. We are not going to rush across the ice. Nobody should rush across Antarctic ice. That is how you end up in a crevasse, or at the very least looking undignified in front of a penguin. We are going to take this slowly. We are going to follow the story of the continent itself, then the people who tried to reach it, then the strange discoveries hidden in its frozen interior, and finally, the myths that grew around it because human beings, when faced with silence and snow, tend to start inventing things. Antarctica is not just far away in the ordinary sense, it is far away in a way that changes the meaning of distance. If you live in Europe, North America, Asia, or almost anywhere else with roads, towns, airports and shops where you can buy bread without wearing expedition goggles, Antarctica exists outside the usual pattern of human geography. It is not part of any country in the ordinary way. There are no cities there, no permanent native population, no farms, no forests, no highways, no ancient marketplaces, no little villages with church bells, bakeries, and someone named Martin who knows everyone's business. Antarctica is a continent, but not a lived-in continent. It is a place humans visit, work in, measure, cross, photograph, drill into, worry about, and then usually leave. That alone makes it feel strange. Most places on Earth are wrapped in human meaning. Mountains have names and legends. Rivers have bridges and borders. Deserts have trade routes and old stories. Islands have ports, harbours, shipwrecks, and someone selling postcards with a slightly inaccurate map. But Antarctica is different. It has names, yes. It has research stations, marked routes, airstrips, field camps, supply depots, and scientific instruments quietly collecting data in weather that would make a garden shed give up immediately. But most of it remains beyond ordinary human experience. It is not empty because it is boring. It is empty because living there is almost absurdly hard. The first thing that makes Antarctica feel forbidden is the cold. Not just winter cold. Not the kind of cold where you say, "Ooh, it's chilly," and put on a nicer scarf. Antarctic cold is a different category. It is cold as a condition of existence. In the interior, temperatures can drop so low that machines struggle, batteries fail, fuel thickens, exposed skin freezes quickly, and breathing itself becomes something you notice. The air can be so dry and sharp that it feels less like weather and more like being gently sanded from the inside. Even during summer, when the sun may stay above the horizon for weeks or months, warmth is a very relative word. An Antarctic summer is not summer in the way most of us understand it. It is more like winter wearing sunglasses. And then there is the wind. Antarctica is famous for katabatic winds, which are not winds in a casual, playful laundry-on-the-line sort of way. These winds form when cold, dense air high on the ice sheet flows downhill under gravity, gathering speed as it moves toward the coast. Imagine the continent slowly pouring invisible cold down its own slopes. That is not a bad way to picture it. These winds can become extraordinarily strong, and because they carry loose snow with them, they can turn the world into a white blur. In a serious Antarctic blizzard, the problem is not only that you are cold, it is that you may not be able to see the building 10 steps away. The horizon disappears, the ground disappears, direction becomes guesswork. And guesswork in Antarctica is not a charming personal style, it is a liability. This is one reason access is so limited. Going there safely requires planning, equipment, training, logistics, and people who understand what can go wrong. You cannot simply wander around Antarctica because Antarctica is not designed for wandering. There are crevasses hidden under snow bridges, areas where ice can shift, coastlines blocked by sea ice, storms that can trap aircraft, and distances so huge that rescue is difficult even when everyone knows exactly where you are. A mistake that would be inconvenient elsewhere can become serious there very quickly. Forgetting a glove, misjudging a route, losing visibility, damaging a vehicle, or getting separated from a group can turn into a genuine emergency. The continent does not forgive small errors kindly. It barely acknowledges them, which is somehow worse. And because Antarctica is so hard to reach, most travel there is controlled by practical reality before any law or treaty enters the conversation. It is surrounded by the Southern Ocean, which has a reputation that can only be described as energetic. Ships crossing toward Antarctica may pass through some of the roughest waters on Earth. The Drake Passage between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula is famous among travellers because it can be either unpleasantly rough or very unpleasantly rough, depending on the sea's mood and whether your stomach has made peace with its future. Some tourist ships do go there, of course. People can and do visit parts of Antarctica, especially the Antarctic Peninsula, usually on guided expedition cruises. So when people say nobody is allowed to go, that is not true. Tourists go, scientists go, support staff go, filmmakers go, adventurers go. Occasionally, people with astonishing amounts of determination and very specific boots go. But visiting is not the same as simply going wherever you like. You cannot just decide to explore the deep interior on a whim. You cannot land wherever you fancy, drive across protected areas, dig into whatever looks interesting, or stroll into a research station as if it were a countryside cafe with unusually serious weather reports. Antarctica is governed by international agreements, especially the Antarctic Treaty System, which preserves the continent for peaceful purposes and scientific research. There are environmental rules because the ecosystem, though sparse and tough-looking, is also delicate. There are rules about waste, wildlife, protected sites, historic huts, scientific areas, and human impact. You may look at a landscape of ice and think, surely there is nothing here to damage, but there is. Antarctica is not dead. It is slow, sensitive, and easily disturbed in ways that may last for decades. That is another reason the continent has such an unusual reputation. It is both incredibly harsh and incredibly fragile. It can kill an unprepared human without much effort, but at the same time, a careless human can leave damage that remains for a very long time. In warmer places, footprints fade, food scraps rot, oil breaks down eventually, tracks disappear under grass, rain, insects, and the busy recycling habits of life. In Antarctica, cold preserves things. The same conditions that keep ancient ice sealed for hundreds of thousands of years can also keep human mess around far longer than anyone would like. So access is limited not only to protect people from Antarctica, but to protect Antarctica from people, which is fair enough. We have not always been ideal house guests on this planet. Then there is the ice itself, which is perhaps the main character in this entire story. Antarctica is covered by a vast ice sheet, so large that it holds most of the world's fresh water locked away in frozen form. The ice is not just a blanket lying politely on the land, it is thick, heavy, moving, cracking, grinding, flowing, and reshaping everything beneath it. In places the ice is thousands of meters deep. Beneath it are mountain ranges, valleys, basins, buried lakes, old landscapes and bedrock that most human eyes will never see directly. Antarctica may look simple from above, just white, and a little more white for variety, but beneath that surface is an entire hidden world. This hidden world is one of the reasons the continent attracts mystery. When you cannot see something, your mind starts filling in the gaps, and Antarctica offers very large gaps. Beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet lies Lake Vostok, a huge subglacial lake sealed under kilometers of ice for a very long time. Elsewhere, scientists have found networks of hidden lakes and streams beneath the ice, moving water in a place that seems, on the surface, to be almost entirely frozen. There are glaciers that bleed red-looking water because of iron-rich brine. There are ice shelves that vibrate in the wind and produce low-frequency sounds. There are giant openings in sea ice that appear and vanish. There are unusual gravity readings that have inspired both serious research and extremely unserious speculation. Antarctica is full of real strangeness. That is the important point. The real place is already strange enough, and yet, because it is remote, guarded by weather, governed by treaties, and difficult to visit, it becomes very easy for exaggeration to attach itself to reality. A hidden lake becomes an alien base. A mountain peak becomes a pyramid. A research station becomes a secret military operation. A geological feature becomes proof of Atlantis, because apparently Atlantis was very flexible about climate. The truth is usually less theatrical, but often more interesting. A subglacial lake sealed under ice can teach us about life in extreme environments. Bloodfalls can reveal how microbes survive without sunlight. Singing ice can help scientists monitor changes in ice shelves. A giant hole in sea ice can show how ocean and atmosphere exchange heat. These are not boring explanations. They are extraordinary ones. They only seem less dramatic if what you wanted was a doorway to another dimension with a gift shop. There is also a historical reason Antarctica feels almost forbidden. It was the last great landmass humans reached and explored in detail. For centuries people imagined there had to be a southern continent, a balancing land at the bottom of the globe. Maps included guesses long before anyone truly knew what was there. Sailors pushed south through freezing seas, hunting seals, whales, glory, knowledge, and sometimes all of those at once. The Antarctic coast was sighted and charted piece by piece, but the interior remained almost completely unknown. Getting there required ships, luck, endurance, and a willingness to be very cold for an unreasonable amount of time. The early explorers who tried to reach the South Pole did not encounter a place ready to welcome them. They encountered storms, starvation, frostbite, pressure ridges, crevasses, failing equipment, and distances that wore down both bodies and minds. Robert Falcon Scott, Ernest Shackleton, and Roald Ammonson became names tied forever to Antarctic exploration, not because the continent gave them easy victories, but because it tested them so brutally. Ammonson reached the South Pole first with careful planning, dog teams, and experience in polar travel. Scott reached it later, only to find that Amundsen had beaten him, and then died with his companions on the return journey. Shackleton's Imperial Transantarctic expedition failed to cross the continent, but became one of the most famous survival stories in history after his ship, Endurance, was trapped and crushed by ice. The men survived through leadership, luck, skill, and the sort of perseverance that sounds inspiring only if you are hearing about it from a warm room. These stories matter because they remind us that Antarctica's danger is not imaginary. Long before internet myths, the continent had already proved itself to be one of the harshest environments on Earth. It did not need secret guards or hidden monsters. It had cold, hunger, darkness, pressure ice, and distances so vast that even brave, experienced people could be defeated by them. The real history has enough tension without adding giant octopuses under the ice, though one can understand why someone might. A giant octopus is simpler to picture than logistics, frostbite, and the slow failure of a sledging ration. Modern technology has made Antarctica safer, but not safe in the ordinary sense. Aircraft, satellites, weather forecasting, insulated clothing, GPS, radios, and specialized vehicles have changed what is possible. Scientists can live at research stations, drill ice cores, study penguins, monitor climate, map hidden lakes with radar, and collect meteorites from blue ice fields. Tourists can visit certain coastal areas under strict guidance. But the continent still controls the schedule. Flights can be delayed by weather, ships can be blocked by ice, field camps can be isolated, equipment can fail, medical evacuation can be difficult or impossible at certain times. Darkness covers the continent during the long winter, and some stations become completely cut off for months. In winter, Antarctica is not just remote. It is sealed off by conditions that make leaving extremely difficult. This is why the idea of not being allowed is both partly true and often misunderstood. You're not forbidden from visiting Antarctica in the way you might be forbidden from entering a private building. But you are restricted by cost, distance, environmental rules, safety procedures, permits, and the simple fact that the place is not built for casual human access. A person can go to Antarctica through approved tourism, scientific work, or support roles, but that does not mean Antarctica is open in the everyday sense. It is more like visiting the deep ocean, outer space, or the inside of an active volcano. Possible under certain conditions. Not a normal Tuesday plan, and maybe that is exactly why Antarctica holds such power in the human mind. Most of the planet has been mapped, photographed, crossed, and turned into content from 12 different angles. We can zoom in on streets, mountains, cities, beaches, deserts, and even individual rooftops. The world, in many ways, has become strangely familiar. Antarctica resists that familiarity. It can be photographed from orbit, but still feel unknown. It can be studied for decades but still hide lakes beneath the ice. It can be governed by international agreements but still seem outside ordinary politics. It can be visited but not truly possessed. That makes it rare. There is something humbling about a place that remains difficult. Not impossible, not magical, not fake, just difficult. Antarctica reminds us that Earth still has regions where humans are guests, not owners. We arrive wrapped in technology, carrying fuel, food, instruments, and carefully written safety plans, and still the continent has the final say. The weather can say no. The ice can say no. The sea can say no. And when all three speak at once, even the most advanced expedition listens. So tonight, when we ask why you cannot go to Antarctica, we are really asking several questions at the same time. Why is it so hard to reach? Why is it so dangerous to survive? Why is it protected? Why does it inspire so many strange stories? Why does it feel, even now, like one of Earth's last great unknown places? The answer is not one locked door. It is a combination of geography, climate, history, science, law, and imagination. It is the Southern Ocean, the katabatic winds, the ice sheet, the treaty system, the fragile environment, the old expedition graves, the hidden lakes, the red waterfalls, the singing ice, the strange holes in the sea, and the human need to turn distance into mystery. And before we get to the rumours, before we sort the real mysteries from the ones that have been dressed up in a tinfoil hat and sent marching across the snow, we need to understand the place itself. Because Antarctica is not mysterious because it is hidden by people. It is mysterious because it is huge, hostile, quiet, and deeply unlike the world most of us know. It is a continent where the air can become too cold to hold much moisture, where snow can accumulate for ages and compress into ice, where the ground beneath your feet may be buried under a frozen weight older than civilization, where the coast can be alive with penguins and seals while the interior remains almost empty, where mountains rise out of white silence, and where the horizon can stretch so cleanly that the mind has very little to hold on to. To understand why Antarctica keeps people at a distance, we need to start with the simplest fact of all. It is not just a cold place. It is a continent built out of extremes, and every one of those extremes makes the next one harder to survive. To understand why Antarctica keeps people at a distance, we need to start with the simplest fact of all. It is not just a cold place. It is a continent built out of extremes, and every one of those extremes makes the next one harder to survive. Most places on Earth can be reached by following the ordinary logic of travel. You find a route, book a ticket, pack a bag, complain mildly about the price of airport coffee, and eventually arrive somewhere with signs, roads, toilets, and other comforting evidence that humans have made themselves at home. Antarctica does not fit into that pattern. It sits at the bottom of the world like a blank white warning label. It is not attached to the rest of human life by highways, borders, cities, or suburbs. It is surrounded by ocean, ringed by ice, and set so far south that even the idea of going there feels less like travel and more like leaving the familiar version of Earth behind. That is one reason Antarctica is often called the last place on Earth. Not because it was completely unknown forever, and not because no one had ever imagined it. People imagined a southern land for centuries. Ancient geographers thought there might be a great continent in the south to balance the lands of the north. Later mapmakers drew possible coastlines before anyone had really seen them, because humans have always been quite comfortable sketching confidence onto ignorance. But in terms of real exploration, real survival, and real human presence, Antarctica was among the last major parts of the planet to come into focus. It remained distant not because nobody was curious, but because curiosity alone does not get a ship safely through pack ice. Look at a globe, and Antarctica seems almost tidy, a white cap around the South Pole, a neat end to the map. But globes are polite little liars in that way. They make distance look manageable. They make oceans look smooth. They make continents look as if they have agreed to sit still for a photograph. In reality, Antarctica is huge. It is larger than Europe and larger than Australia. During winter, when the surrounding sea ice grows outward, the frozen area around it expands dramatically, as though the continent is taking a long, icy breath. It is a place so large that the mind can have trouble holding it all at once, and yet, despite that size, almost nobody lives there permanently. There are research stations, seasonal crews, winter-over teams, scientists, engineers, cooks, mechanics, doctors, pilots, and support workers. But there is no native Antarctic town, no old capital city, no ordinary neighbourhood where children have been walking to school for generations. That absence matters. It changes the way Antarctica feels. Most continents are layered with human memory. You can travel across Africa, Asia, Europe, the Americas or Australia and find signs of long human presence almost everywhere. Paths worn into soil, burial grounds, farms, temples, roads, ports, markets, songs, languages, arguments about whose fence is slightly too far to the left. Human life leaves marks. Antarctica has marks too, but they are recent, scattered and fragile. A few historic huts from the age of exploration, research buildings standing against the weather, temporary tracks across snow, fuel drums, weather instruments, flags, antennas, a runway scraped onto ice, a field camp that may vanish under drifting snow. It is a continent where human presence still feels provisional, as if we have set our things down carefully but have not unpacked properly. The reason is not difficult to understand. Antarctica gives very little away for free. There is almost no liquid fresh water available on the surface in the way people usually need it. There is no soil suitable for normal farming across the frozen interior. There are no forests to cut, no fields to plant, no comfortable river valleys where a settlement can easily grow. Along the coasts, life is far more active, with penguins, seals, seabirds, krill, fish, and seasonal bursts of biological energy. But inland, the continent becomes one of the emptiest landscapes on Earth. The central ice plateau is high, dry, cold, and brutally exposed. It is a place where the word desert applies, even though everything seems to be made of snow and ice. That surprises people sometimes. Antarctica is the largest desert on Earth, because desert is not about heat, it is about dryness, and much of Antarctica receives very little precipitation. The air is so cold that it cannot hold much moisture. Snow may remain for ages, not because it falls constantly, but because once it is there, it does not easily melt away. This is part of what makes the continent feel so strange. Our brains expect deserts to be sandy, hot, and full of lizards looking deeply unimpressed. Antarctica is a desert made of ice, where dryness comes with frostbite instead of sunburn. It is a place where water is everywhere and yet mostly unavailable. You can stand on enough frozen water to raise global sea levels dramatically if it melted, and still need equipment to produce drinking water. That is very Antarctica. It presents abundance in a form that is almost impossible to use without effort. Even the seasons are unfamiliar. In most of the world, day and night arrive in a rhythm that feels dependable. The sun rises, the sun sets, and somewhere a person promises themselves they will go to bed earlier tomorrow, which is one of humanity's oldest and least successful traditions. Near the poles, that rhythm changes. In Antarctic summer, the sun may remain above the horizon for weeks or months, circling the sky without fully setting. In winter, darkness can last just as long. The body, which likes regular signals, finds this confusing. Sleep, mood, appetite, and alertness all lean heavily on light. Take away the normal cycle and even ordinary routines become harder to maintain. People living through the Antarctic winter do not just face cold. They face isolation, darkness, confinement, and the psychological pressure of knowing that the outside world is very far away and not easy to reach. That isolation is one of Antarctica's defining features. There are remote places elsewhere, of course. Deep deserts, mountain ranges, Islands, rainforests, Arctic settlements, and ocean research vessels can all make a person feel far from help. But Antarctica adds layers of difficulty. The continent is far from major population centres. It is separated by some of the roughest seas on Earth. Its weather can change plans quickly, and during winter, many stations become effectively cut off. Aircraft may not be able to land. Ships may not be able to reach the coast. If something goes wrong, help is not just down the road. There may not be a road. There may not even be a safe flight window. This makes every part of Antarctic life more serious. Food, fuel, spare parts, medical supplies, communication systems, heating, clothing, waste management and transport all need careful planning. A forgotten item is not a small inconvenience when the nearest replacement may be thousands of kilometres away. This is also why Antarctica never became a normal frontier in the way some other places did. Humans have settled harsh environments many times. We have built towns in deserts, villages in mountains, ports on stormy coasts, and cities in places where winter behaves like a legal punishment. But those places usually offered something that made settlement possible or profitable. Land to farm, animals to herd, timber, minerals, trade routes, strategic ports, rivers, local ecosystems that could support life. Antarctica offered very little of that in a practical sense, and the cost of staying was enormous. Sealers and whalers came to the surrounding islands and waters. Explorers came for knowledge, national pride, and the pull of the unknown. Scientists came later because the continent is an extraordinary natural laboratory, but ordinary settlement never took root. The place itself resisted it. There is a curious difference between being unclaimed and being untouched. Antarctica is not untouched. Human activity has affected it, directly and indirectly. Explorers left huts and supplies. Whaling and sealing devastated animal populations in the Southern Ocean before protections improved. Research stations create waste and require fuel. Climate change driven by activity far beyond Antarctica is affecting ice shelves, glaciers, sea ice, ecosystems, and global sea level. So it would be wrong to imagine the continent as a perfect frozen museum beyond human influence. But compared with the rest of the world, Antarctica remains unusually free from ordinary human occupation. No country owns it in the simple sense. Several nations have made territorial claims, but the Antarctic Treaty put those claims into a special frozen pause, preserving the continent for peaceful scientific use and preventing military conflict over it. That is one of the most unusual political arrangements on Earth. A whole continent treated, at least in principle, not as a prize to carve up, but as a place for research and cooperation. This is another reason people misunderstand access. When a place has treaties, permits, protected zones, and international rules, some people hear only one thing. They are keeping us out. But that is not the full picture. Antarctica is managed carefully because it has to be. The environment is delicate. The logistics are dangerous. Scientific work can be disrupted by careless visitors. Wildlife needs distance. Historic sites need protection. Waste cannot simply be left behind. Fuel spills are serious. Non-native species can be accidentally introduced on clothing, boots, cargo, or equipment. In a place where ecosystems are simple and slow-growing, small mistakes can have long consequences. So rules exist, not because the continent is hiding a secret city under the snow, but because humans have a long record of arriving somewhere special and immediately becoming a bit of a problem. Even reaching Antarctica safely is not simple. The most common tourist route is by ship from southern South America toward the Antarctic Peninsula. That route crosses the Drake Passage, which has become almost legendary among travellers. Sometimes it's calm enough to be called the Drake Lake, which sounds almost friendly, like a place where you might rent a paddle boat and eat crisps. Other times, it is the Drake Shake, a phrase that sounds cute until you remember it refers to a large vessel rising and falling through enormous waves while passengers discover new and personal meanings of regret. The Southern Ocean is powerful because there is no great wall of land blocking the winds and currents as they circle the planet. Weather systems can move around Antarctica with force, and ships must take that seriously. A trip there is not like a gentle harbour cruise with a man pointing at interesting rocks. It is an expedition, even when it comes with a dining room. Aircraft routes are also limited. Planes can and do fly to Antarctic stations and ice runways, but those flights depend on weather, visibility, runway conditions, fuel planning, and emergency options. Landing on ice is not the same as landing at a normal airport where a delay means everyone sighs and buys a sandwich. In Antarctica, a flight delay can affect entire chains of supply and fieldwork. A storm can close a route. Low visibility can make landing unsafe. Extreme cold can make equipment harder to operate. And because distances are so great, there must be careful planning for what happens if a plane cannot land or has to turn back. Antarctica turns logistics into a form of survival. The map also hides another problem. The coastline is not a simple beach where one can pull up, step out, and begin a pleasant walk. Much of Antarctica is edged by ice shelves, cliffs, glaciers, sea ice, and dangerous waters. The continent does not offer many easy entrances. Even where ships can approach, weather and ice conditions may decide whether landing is possible. Small boats used to ferry visitors ashore must deal with cold water, floating ice, swell, and sudden changes. Falling into Antarctic water is not a comic mishap. It is an emergency. The cold can disable a person quickly. This is why guided visits are so controlled. People may want adventure, but adventure with a proper safety briefing is generally preferable to adventure followed by a rescue report. Then there is the scale of the interior. The South Pole itself is not on a coast. It lies high on the polar plateau far inland, at an elevation that makes the air thinner and the cold more severe. The pole is not marked by a magical swirling vortex, despite what certain films may have suggested. It is a place of snow, flags, instruments, buildings, and an emptiness so wide that it can feel difficult to measure emotionally. To get there requires specialised transport. Historically, it required sledges, dogs, ponies, skis, human hauling, depots, navigation, and almost unreasonable endurance. Today, aircraft and tracked vehicles can reach it, but it remains remote in the extreme. The fact that modern humans can arrive somewhere does not mean the place has become easy. It means we have built very complex systems to make a difficult thing briefly possible. This is where Antarctica begins to feel almost like another planet. That comparison is used often, but in this case it is not just dramatic language. Space agencies and scientists study Antarctic conditions because they share certain challenges with off-world environments: isolation, confinement, extreme cold, limited supplies, difficult rescue, reliance on technology, and psychological stress. Some Antarctic dry valleys are so cold and dry that they are used as analogues for Mars. Researchers studying life in extreme environments look there to understand how organisms might survive under ice, in darkness, in salty water, or with very little energy. A person standing in parts of Antarctica can look around and see almost nothing familiar. No trees, no insects buzzing, no buildings except the ones humans brought. No smell of soil after rain, no traffic, no bird song inland, no casual background noise of civilization. Just wind, ice, sky, and the sound of your own clothing moving as you try to remain sensible. The McMurdo dry valleys are especially strange. They are among the driest places on Earth, with exposed rock, frozen ground, and landscapes that look less like the usual image of Antarctica and more like a cold desert from another world. There are lakes sealed with ice, soils with unusual chemistry, and simple microbial life adapted to harsh conditions. The absence of snow in some areas is not warmth, but dryness and wind. It is Antarctica showing that it has more than one kind of severity. Not all of it is endless soft snow. Some of it is bare, hard, and almost lunar. If you were dropped there without context, you might not immediately think, "Ah, yes, Earth, the planet with supermarkets and garden centres." You might think someone had made a mistake with the scenery, and yet Antarctica is also deeply connected to the rest of the planet. This is one of the great contradictions. It feels separate, but it is not separate at all. Its ice affects sea level. Its surrounding ocean helps drive global circulation. Its sea ice influences climate systems. Its atmosphere records changes in chemistry. Its ice cores preserve bubbles of ancient air, tiny samples of past atmospheres trapped as snow became ice. Scientists drill into the ice not because they are looking for lost cities, but because the ice contains climate history. Layer by layer it records snowfall, volcanic ash, dust, temperature clues, greenhouse gases, and changes stretching back hundreds of thousands of years. Antarctica is remote, but it is one of the places that helps us understand the whole Earth. That may be the real reason it matters so much. Antarctica is not just a blank space at the bottom of the map. It is a memory bank, a climate engine, a wildlife habitat, a natural laboratory, a political experiment, and a warning system. When ice shelves weaken or glaciers speed up, the effects are not limited to penguins and polar researchers with very thick socks. They matter to coastal cities, island nations, weather patterns, ocean ecosystems, and future generations who may never see Antarctica except in photographs. The continent is remote from our daily lives, but not from our consequences. This distance between appearance and importance is part of why myths grow there so easily. To many people, Antarctica seems empty, and when a place seems empty, people assume it is available for imagination. A blank space invites stories. In earlier centuries, mapmakers filled unknown regions with sea monsters, speculative coastlines, and notes that were sometimes less scientific than hopeful. Today, the same habit continues online. Satellite images replace old maps, and blurry shapes in snow become entrances, structures, creatures, or evidence that someone is hiding something. A mountain becomes a pyramid because its sides look neat from one angle. A research station becomes suspicious because people there do not allow random visitors to wander through laboratories in outdoor boots. A protected area becomes proof of secrecy, when really it may just contain penguins trying to get on with their day without being photographed by someone named Darren. Antarctica encourages this because it is hard to check things personally. Most people cannot go there to verify claims. They cannot stand beside the so-called pyramid and see that it is a mountain. They cannot walk around a station and see ordinary fuel tanks, dormitories, labs, kitchens, and people doing difficult work in thermal layers. They cannot visit every glacier, every ice shelf, every dark patch on a satellite image. So the gap between what is known by specialists and what is imagined by everyone else becomes wide enough for all sorts of stories to squeeze in. Some are harmless fun, some are misunderstandings, some are deliberate inventions. And some are just the result of humans being very bad at accepting that a place can be mysterious without being a conspiracy. The truth is that Antarctica is mysterious in the proper sense. There are real things we do not fully understand. Scientists are still studying how ice sheets move, how subglacial lakes connect, how microbial ecosystems survive beneath the ice, how quickly certain glaciers may respond to warming oceans, how the Southern Ocean absorbs heat and carbon, how sea ice changes from year to year, and what ancient climate records can tell us about the future. These questions are not as flashy as saying there is an alien hangar under the Ross Ice Shelf, but they are much more important. They also have the advantage of being connected to evidence, which is helpful if one is trying to understand reality and not simply decorate it. Still, there is a reason the imagination keeps returning to Antarctica, It is one of the few places left that can make modern people feel small. So much of our world has been made convenient. We tap screens and expect food, transport, messages, entertainment, maps, and answers. Antarctica does not care about that. A phone signal does not impress a blizzard. A search engine cannot warm your hands. A confident opinion does not bridge a crevasse. The continent strips away the illusion that everything is accessible, immediate, and made for us. That can feel unsettling. It can also feel refreshing in a stern sort of way, like being corrected by a very large glacier. Calling Antarctica the last place on Earth also reflects something emotional. It feels like an edge, not because the Earth is flat despite the best efforts of people who have turned misunderstanding into a hobby, but because Antarctica sits at the edge of ordinary experience. It is the last continent most people think of, the last one settled by permanent research communities, the last one reached by famous polar explorers, the last one without cities and nations in the usual sense. It is a place where maps become sparse, weather becomes dominant, and human ambition must negotiate with conditions far older and stronger than itself. There is a kind of honesty in that. Antarctica does not pretend to be comfortable. It does not lure people with easy promises. It says in its own silent way, prepare properly or do not come. And that is perhaps the clearest answer to why you cannot simply go there. The continent is not forbidden because it is fictional, guarded or staged. It is difficult because it is real. Real distance, real cold, real danger, real environmental responsibility, real science, real limits. It is one of the few places where the modern habit of casual access still breaks down. Even so, people keep going. Scientists go because the questions are too important to ignore. Support teams go because science there depends on electricians, cooks, carpenters, mechanics, communications experts, doctors, drivers, pilots, and people who can fix things when the nearest hardware shop is not just closed but absent as a concept. Tourists go because they want to see penguins, icebergs, whales, mountains, and a landscape that feels unlike anywhere else. Adventurers go because the human appetite for difficult things has never been entirely sensible. Each group arrives with different motives, but all of them meet the same continent, the one that makes the rules, and the rules begin with geography. Antarctica is centred on the South Pole, covered mostly by ice, surrounded by an ocean that moves with force, and shaped by a climate that punishes carelessness. It is not a hidden kingdom. It is not a theme park for conspiracy. It is a physical place with physical barriers. Those barriers are enough. They have always been enough. Before any treaty, before any research station, before any modern permit system, Antarctica was already keeping most of humanity away simply by being at the bottom of the world, behind freezing seas, under violent winds, and wrapped in ice thick enough to bury mountains. Once that sinks in, the rest of the story becomes easier to understand. The exploration history, the survival stories, the scientific mysteries, the myths, the restrictions, the fascination, they all grow from the same root. Antarctica is the last place on Earth because it is Earth at its least accommodating, not evil, not supernatural, not designed to be dramatic, just indifferent in the way only nature can be. A place where beauty and danger are not opposites, where silence can be stunning and threatening at the same time, where a clear day can turn dangerous, where a flat white surface can hide a crack deep enough to swallow a vehicle, and where the horizon can make a person feel as if the world has been reduced to 3 ingredients: ice, sky, and breath. And if this is the last place on Earth in the human imagination, then it is also one of the first places to remind us that our planet is not tame. We may have mapped it, named it, measured it, photographed it, and argued about it in comment sections, but we have not made it harmless. Antarctica remains a continent where the basics still matter: warmth, shelter, food, teamwork, navigation, patience, respect for weather, respect for distance, respect for the fact that a landscape does not become safe just because it looks empty. That is why, before we can talk about hidden lakes, red waterfalls, strange sounds in the ice, or stories of explorers pushing into the white unknown, we have to sit for a while with the continent itself. Not as a rumour, not as a locked room, not as a backdrop for someone's favourite theory, but as a real place at the bottom of the world. A place so dry it is a desert, so cold that machinery can struggle, so windy that snow can erase direction, so isolated that help may be weeks or months away, and so large that even our best maps cannot make it feel ordinary. From there, the next step is not to ask who is stopping us from going. The next step is to look at what the continent does to anyone who tries. The next step is not to ask who is stopping us from going. The next step is to look at what the continent does to anyone who tries. Because Antarctica does not keep people away with fences, locked doors, or guards standing dramatically beside warning signs. It keeps people away with distance, cold, wind, darkness, hunger, broken machinery, hidden cracks in the ice, and weather that can change from manageable to dangerous before a person has finished deciding whether they should have worn the thicker gloves. In most places, nature gives you a little room to be casual. You can forget a hat. You can take a wrong turn and correct it. You can get wet and grumble about it later. Antarctica gives much less room for casual mistakes. There, small errors grow teeth. The first barrier is simply getting close. Antarctica is surrounded by the Southern Ocean, and the Southern Ocean is not a quiet, decorative moat. It is a huge, restless ring of water where winds and currents can travel around the planet with very little land to interrupt them. This makes it powerful, cold, and often rough. A person looking at a map might see South America reaching down toward the Antarctic Peninsula and think, well, that does not look too far. It is just a gap of water, a little hop across the bottom of the world. Then the Drake Passage enters the conversation, and everyone's stomach becomes more philosophical. Ships crossing that stretch can meet large waves, strong winds, and the sort of rolling motion that makes people bargain with whatever forces they believe control breakfast. Even before you see the ice, Antarctica begins testing you. The journey itself says, very clearly, this will not be ordinary, and that is still the easiest version. Modern expedition ships have navigation systems, stabilizers, weather forecasts, experienced crews, radios, satellite communication, and safety procedures. Earlier sailors had wooden ships, canvas, iron, courage, incomplete maps, and the deeply unreliable comfort of saying, it will probably be fine. It was often not fine. Pack ice could trap ships, storms could tear sails, fog could hide danger, cold could work its way into everything. The ocean was not just a route to Antarctica. It was the first layer of its defence. Then comes the coastline, which is not exactly eager to help. Many continents have beaches, bays, rivers, and natural harbours that invite people in. Antarctica has cliffs of ice, floating ice shelves, glaciers pouring toward the sea, rocky islands, shifting sea ice, and cold water that must be treated with absolute seriousness. In some places, the edge of the continent is not land at all in the usual sense, but a floating platform of ice extending out over the ocean. It may look solid from a distance, but ice shelves are living structures shaped by pressure, temperature, tides, cracks, meltwater, snow, and ocean currents underneath. Large pieces can break away, crevasses can open, the surface can appear smooth and safe while hiding weaknesses. If a normal coastline is a front door, Antarctica's coast is more like a wall that occasionally changes shape while you're trying to read the instructions. Landing there is therefore not a simple matter. A small boat approaching a shore has to deal with weather, ice, swell, rocks and wildlife, all while carrying people wrapped in layers who are trying to look calm, but may be quietly wondering why their fingers feel like 10 disappointed carrots. Aircraft have their own problems. Landing on snow or ice requires special preparation. Runways must be maintained. Visibility matters. Wind matters. Surface conditions matter. Temperature matters. Fuel planning matters. And in Antarctica, everything matters more because options are fewer. If something goes wrong at a normal airport, there are emergency vehicles, hangars, mechanics, replacement parts, nearby hospitals, hotels, and someone selling a sandwich that costs too much. In Antarctica, there may be a runway, a station, a weather window, and a very firm reminder that the planet was not built around your itinerary. The cold is the most famous danger, and for good reason. Antarctica is the coldest continent on Earth. The lowest temperature ever measured on the surface of the planet was recorded there, deep in the high interior, where the air becomes so cold that it moves beyond ordinary human comparison. But the danger is not only record-breaking cold, the danger is ordinary Antarctic cold, which is quite bad enough. Cold affects the body quickly. Exposed skin can freeze, fingers lose dexterity, breathing can feel harsh, sweat becomes dangerous because damp clothing can chill you once movement stops. Metal can stick to skin, batteries lose power, plastics become brittle, lubricants thicken, engines resist starting. Equipment that works perfectly well elsewhere begins behaving as if personally offended. This is where Antarctica becomes more than uncomfortable. It becomes technical. Survival is not just about being brave. In fact, bravery on its own is not especially useful there, unless it is paired with knowledge, discipline, and a very good respect for zippers. Clothing has to be layered carefully. Boots need insulation. Goggles protect the eyes from snow glare and blowing ice crystals. Gloves have to be warm but still allow enough movement to handle tools. People must watch one another for signs of frostbite, hypothermia, fatigue, confusion, and poor judgment. The body can become cold enough that thinking clearly is harder, and in an extreme environment, unclear thinking is one of the worst things to bring with you, just behind sandals and a casual attitude. The wind makes the cold worse. A thermometer gives one number, but the body feels the combined effect of air temperature and wind. When wind strips away the thin layer of warmer air near your skin and clothing, heat loss accelerates. This is why wind chill matters so much. A cold, still day is one thing. A cold, windy day is another, and Antarctica specializes in cold, windy days with the enthusiasm of a place that has had millions of years to practice. The katabatic winds are among the most serious. Cold, dense air forms over the high ice sheet and flows downhill toward the coast, pulled by gravity. As it descends, it can gather speed. These winds can become strong enough to knock people over, scour surfaces, push snow into drifts, and turn loose ice crystals into a stinging, moving wall. A blizzard in Antarctica does not need to be theatrical to be dangerous. It does not have to throw lightning around, or make the sky look like a film poster. Sometimes it simply removes your ability to see. Snow and wind combine until the world becomes white in every direction. The ground and sky blend together. Shadows vanish. Distances become meaningless. A building that was visible a minute ago may disappear. A safe route can become impossible to follow. This is called whiteout, and it is one of those words that sounds almost gentle until you imagine standing in it. Whiteout is not darkness. It is worse in some ways because there is light, but no useful information. The eye has nothing to grip. The brain tries to build a picture and fails. You may not be able to tell whether the ground ahead slopes up, down, or away completely. You can become lost within sight of shelter, which is a deeply unfair arrangement. This is why Antarctic stations and camps often use ropes, flags, marked routes, and strict travel rules. In a serious storm, people may move between buildings using guidelines, because wandering a few meters in the wrong direction can matter. Imagine needing a rope to safely walk from one building to another, not across a mountain ridge, not through a jungle, just across the yard, except the yard has become a white room with no walls and a wind that would like to remove your eyebrows. That is Antarctica doing what Antarctica does. It takes ordinary tasks and makes them expedition tasks. Then there are crevasses. These are cracks in glaciers and ice sheets, sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, sometimes visible, and sometimes hidden beneath snow bridges. A snow bridge can look like the surrounding surface, but may be too weak to hold a person, a sled, or a vehicle. Crevasses can be deep enough that falling into one is not a small accident. It can be fatal. Travelling across glaciated terrain therefore requires training, route knowledge, roped teams, radar in some cases, careful driving, and the constant awareness that a smooth white surface may be lying to you. In most landscapes, the ground is reassuringly ground. In Antarctica, the ground may be snow over ice, over air over more ice, which is not quite the same thing. The ice itself moves, slowly usually but powerfully. Glaciers are not frozen statues. They flow under their own weight, grinding over bedrock, deforming, cracking, merging and feeding ice shelves. The scale makes the movement hard to imagine. A glacier can seem still to the human eye, but over time it behaves like a very slow river made of solid water. This movement creates pressure ridges, broken surfaces, hidden voids, and dangerous zones. Sea ice also changes. It forms, thickens, cracks, drifts, compresses, and breaks apart. What was safe at one time may not be safe later. A route that worked in the morning may not work in the evening. This is one of the more irritating habits of frozen landscapes. They look permanent and then quietly rearrange themselves. The dryness adds another difficulty. Antarctica is often described as a desert, and in much of the interior this is accurate. The air can be extremely dry. That dryness affects skin, breathing, hydration, and equipment. People can become dehydrated even when surrounded by ice. The body loses water through breathing, especially in cold, dry air, and the usual signals of thirst may not be obvious. Snow can be melted for water, but melting snow requires fuel and time. You cannot simply scoop up a handful and call it a sensible drink, unless you enjoy lowering your body temperature and chewing your way through disappointment. Every basic need becomes part of a system. Water means fuel. Fuel means storage. Storage means transport. Transport means planning. Planning means someone, somewhere, has probably made a spreadsheet that deserves more respect than it gets. Food is the same. There is no natural pantry in the Antarctic interior. There are no berries, no trees, no easy hunting, no cozy village shop, no late-night takeaway. Everything must be brought in or carefully supplied. At research stations, food arrives by ship or aircraft and must be stored, rationed, cooked, and managed. In field camps, weight and space matter. High-energy food is essential because cold and work consume calories. Early explorers learned this brutally. Sledging rations, fuel, and cooking methods could decide whether people lived or died. Modern expeditions have better nutrition and equipment, but the principle remains. If you do not bring what you need, Antarctica will not provide it. It is not being rude. It simply has no biscuits to offer. The altitude of the interior can surprise people too. The South Pole sits on a high ice plateau, and because the ice itself is thick, the surface is thousands of meters above sea level. Cold air also affects pressure in ways that can make the body feel as if it is at an even higher altitude. People arriving at the pole may experience symptoms of altitude stress, headache, fatigue, nausea, poor sleep, shortness of breath. So now you are cold, dry, wind-battered, far from help, and slightly oxygen deprived. It is less like a holiday and more like being gently audited by the atmosphere. Darkness and light add their own complications. Antarctic summer brings long daylight, which helps fieldwork but disrupts sleep. When the sun circles and never truly sets, the body can lose its ordinary sense of evening. People may need strict routines, eye masks, blackout curtains, or sheer determination to convince the brain that bedtime is not a myth. Antarctic winter does the opposite. Darkness lasts for months in the interior. Temperatures fall, travel becomes much harder, stations become isolated, the psychological pressure increases. Winter over crews must live with the same people in confined conditions, with limited privacy and no easy way out. This requires careful selection, training, routine, and social patience. It is one thing to dislike a colleague in an office where you can go home at 5. It is another to dislike a colleague when outside is minus something dreadful, and the next flight is not coming for a very long time. The human mind is not separate from survival. In Antarctica, mood, attention, memory, sleep, and teamwork matter. Isolation can make small frustrations larger. Confined spaces can turn harmless habits into major diplomatic incidents. Someone tapping a spoon, leaving a door open, using the last of something, or telling the same story for the 27th time can become strangely significant. People need routines, humour, communication and respect. Antarctic stations are workplaces, homes, laboratories, workshops, and survival shelters all at once. They are also small communities under pressure. The continent keeps people out not only through physical danger, but by making long-term human presence psychologically demanding. Medical care is another serious issue. Stations have medical facilities and doctors, but they cannot offer the same support as a hospital in a large city. In summer, evacuation may be possible if weather allows. In winter, it may be extremely difficult or impossible. This means that medical screening before deployment matters. Dental problems matter. Mental health matters. Surgical emergencies matter. Even something that would be routine elsewhere can become complicated. A broken bone, a serious infection, appendicitis, a heart problem, or a severe injury must be managed in a place where the outside world is not immediately reachable. There have been famous cases of Antarctic doctors and crews dealing with medical crises under extraordinary conditions. These stories remind us that isolation is not just a word on a map. It affects every decision. Fire is a danger people may not expect in such a frozen place. But in Antarctica, fire is terrifying. Buildings are heated, insulated, powered, and full of supplies, fuel, electrical systems, and people who depend on shelter. Outside may be too cold to survive for long without protection. Water may be frozen or difficult to use. Help may be far away. If a building burns, the problem is not only the fire, it is the loss of shelter in an environment where shelter is life. Stations take fire prevention seriously because they have to. A continent made of ice can still make fire one of its greatest threats, which feels like Antarctica making a dark little joke at everyone's expense. Waste is also difficult. In a normal town, waste disappears into systems most people do not think about, unless something smells wrong. In Antarctica, waste management must be planned carefully. Much has to be stored and removed. Human waste, food waste, packaging, old equipment, fuel containers, and scientific materials cannot simply be dumped. The cold slows decay. Pollution can linger. Wildlife can be affected. Environmental rules require care. This makes every human presence heavier than it might appear. A research station is not just a set of buildings. It is a logistical organism, constantly taking in supplies, using energy, producing waste, maintaining systems, and trying to leave as little harm as possible. And then there is the problem of scale. Antarctica can make humans feel small in a very practical way. Distances between stations are enormous. Field sites may be far from any permanent base. Weather stations, remote sensors, drilling camps, and survey routes can sit in landscapes where the horizon offers no comfort. If a vehicle breaks down, if a storm arrives, if communication fails, if fuel is miscalculated, the situation can become serious. Modern satellite systems help, but they do not remove the need for caution. A GPS unit can tell you where you are. It cannot make the wind stop. A radio can call for help. It cannot guarantee that help can arrive. A satellite image can show a route. it cannot promise that the surface beneath your vehicle will behave politely. This is why Antarctic operations are so controlled. It is not because everyone is trying to hide something behind a curtain. It is because the curtain is a blizzard, and behind it is a crevasse. Movement is planned, routes are assessed, people check in, weather is monitored, permits are issued. Protected areas are respected, visitors are briefed, boots are cleaned to prevent contamination, distances from wildlife are maintained, waste is tracked, fuel is handled carefully. These procedures may look restrictive to someone imagining adventure as a free-spirited wander, but they are the reason people can work there without turning every outing into a rescue attempt. The wildlife itself creates another kind of boundary. Antarctica's animals are adapted to a difficult world and are often protected by strict rules. Penguins may look charming, slightly formal, and permanently late for a meeting, but they are not there for human entertainment. Seals are powerful wild animals, not cushions with opinions. Birds nest in fragile areas. Human visitors must keep distance, avoid disturbance, and follow guidelines. The Antarctic ecosystem depends on timing, energy, breeding success, sea ice, and food webs connected to krill and the Southern Ocean. A careless person can disrupt animals that are already living close to their limits. So even where Antarctica seems more welcoming, along coasts full of life, it still requires restraint. All of these barriers help explain why myths about Antarctica often begin with a misunderstanding of access. Someone hears that travel is restricted, then assumes restriction must mean secrecy. But many dangerous or fragile places have restrictions. You cannot wander freely into active rocket launch sites, deep mines, military test ranges, certain wildlife reserves, volcanic danger zones, clean laboratories, or the engine room of a ship just because curiosity is put on a hat. Restrictions are not automatically suspicious. Sometimes they mean the place is dangerous, delicate, scientifically important, or all three. Antarctica is very much all three. The continent also keeps secrets in a more ordinary and more interesting way. Not by conspiracy, but by being physically hard to study. Ice kilometers thick hides the bedrock. Storms limit field seasons. Instruments fail. Drilling is expensive. Remote sensing has limits. Subglacial lakes cannot be sampled casually without contamination risks. Ice shelves are difficult to monitor from below. The ocean under floating ice is dark, cold, and hard to access. Even mapping the land beneath the ice requires radar surveys, gravity measurements, seismic work, modelling, and patience. There are still uncertainties about the shape of buried basins, the behaviour of glacier beds, and the movement of water under ice. Antarctica keeps information away because gathering it is genuinely difficult. That is not a cover-up. That is field science in a freezer the size of a continent. The climate makes time itself behave differently for human plans. Elsewhere, a project delayed by a week is annoying. In Antarctica, a missed weather window can mean waiting a season. A field team may have only a short summer period to collect samples, service instruments, or reach a remote site. If storms interfere, the chance may be gone until next year. Equipment shipped south must be ready months in advance. Mistakes in packing can echo for an entire season. There is a rhythm to Antarctic work that is not set by convenience. It is set by sea ice, daylight, aircraft schedules, station capacity, and the continent's narrow permission slips of tolerable weather. This is one of the reasons early explorers suffered so much. They were operating at the edge of what their technology, knowledge and bodies could handle. Their clothing was less effective, their nutrition was incomplete, their navigation was harder, their communication with the outside world was almost non-existent once they were in the field. If they got into trouble, no aircraft was coming. No satellite phone could call for advice. No weather model could warn them about the next system. They had skill, courage and planning, but Antarctica had the final vote, and often Antarctica voted no. Modern visitors may be safer, but they are still borrowing permission from the same place. A tourist on a guided landing, a scientist at a field camp, a mechanic repairing equipment at a station, a pilot watching weather reports, a chef preparing meals through the winter, all of them depend on systems built to hold back the continent's refusal for a little while. Heated buildings hold back cold, clothing holds back wind, vehicles hold back distance, radios hold back isolation, schedules hold back chaos. But the barriers are always there, waiting just outside the door, like a very patient landlord with the ice in his eyebrows. There is something almost useful about that. Antarctica teaches limits in a world that often pretends limits are optional. It reminds us that some places cannot be simplified into content, ownership, or quick experience. You cannot fully understand Antarctica by pointing at a satellite image and deciding what a shadow means. You cannot reduce it to a conspiracy because the real challenge is bigger and less convenient. The continent is not trying to keep us away because it has something theatrical to hide. It keeps us away because its ordinary conditions are enough to humble us. The cold is enough. The wind is enough. The distance is enough. The ice is more than enough. And still, humans keep returning. That is the other side of the story. Antarctica pushes us away, but it also pulls us in. The same features that make it dangerous make it scientifically valuable. Its ice holds ancient climate records. Its dry valleys test the limits of life. Its meteorites, preserved on blue ice, give clues about the solar system. Its penguins and seals reveal how life adapts to extreme seasons. Its glaciers help us understand future sea level. Its isolation makes it useful for astronomy, atmospheric science, and studies of human endurance. The continent says, "Come only if you are serious," and science, being stubborn in a very organised way, keeps packing its bags. That tension is at the heart of Antarctica. It is not truly closed, but it is not open. It is not empty, but it is not settled. It is not unknowable, but it is extremely difficult to know. It is not a prison, not a secret vault, not a movie set, not a forbidden kingdom. It is a continent whose natural conditions act like a series of locked doors, and each door requires a different key. A ship for the ocean, a permit for the environment, training for the ice, clothing for the cold, forecasts for the weather, fuel for heat, discipline for safety, patience for delays, respect for everything that can go wrong. When people say, "Why can't I go to Antarctica?" the simplest answer is that some people can under the right conditions. But the fuller answer is that Antarctica is one of the few places left where access still has to be earned through preparation, not earned in a heroic, chest-thumping way, but earned through competence, caution, money, permission, teamwork, and acceptance that the continent is not impressed by enthusiasm. Wanting to go is not enough. Wanting rarely is, though it does sell many questionable jackets. By now, the picture becomes clearer. Antarctica does not need a single wall because it has many. The ocean wall, the cold wall, the wind wall, the ice wall, the distance wall, the darkness wall, the legal and environmental wall, the cost wall, the logistics wall, the wall made of simple common sense, which is often the last one people notice. Together, these barriers make the continent feel unreachable to most of humanity. And in a practical sense, for most people it is. Not absolutely unreachable, not forbidden by some hidden global command. Just unreachable in the way the deep ocean floor is unreachable, or the summit of Everest is unreachable, or the surface of the moon is unreachable. Possible for some, with serious support. Not available for a casual afternoon. And once we understand those barriers, the ice itself begins to take on a different meaning. It is not just scenery, it is the continent's structure, its archive, its danger, its shield, and its most powerful force. The ice covers mountains, traps air from ancient atmospheres, feeds glaciers, raises and lowers coastlines through its weight, hides lakes in darkness, and shapes the future of oceans far beyond the Antarctic Circle. To understand why Antarctica feels so strange and why so much mystery gathers there, we have to look beneath that white surface and consider the frozen giants underfoot. To understand why Antarctica feels so strange and why so much mystery gathers there, we have to look beneath that white surface and consider the frozen giants underfoot. At first glance, Antarctica can look simple: white land, white horizon, white mountains, white sky on a cloudy day, just to make things extra unhelpful. From far above, it can seem like a continent wearing one enormous sheet of ice, smooth and still, as if someone placed a frozen blanket over the bottom of the world and then forgot to come back for it. But that simple view is misleading. Antarctica's ice is not one thin layer. It is not a decorative frosting. It is a vast, heavy, moving system, thick enough in places to bury entire mountain ranges, deep enough to hide lakes and valleys, and massive enough to affect the whole planet. The Antarctic ice sheet is the largest single mass of ice on Earth. It covers almost the entire continent, and in some places it is more than 4 kilometers thick. 4 kilometers of ice is difficult to picture from a warm room. It is not like looking at a frozen pond or a snowy hill. Imagine stacking several of the world's tallest city skyscrapers on top of one another, and then burying them completely in ice. Imagine a mountain landscape sealed under a frozen lid so heavy that the land beneath it has been pushed down by the weight. Imagine standing on a flat white surface, while, far below your boots, there are valleys, ridges, buried rivers of meltwater, old rock, and perhaps a lake that has not seen open air for longer than human civilization has existed. This is one reason Antarctica feels less like a normal continent and more like a locked geological machine. In most places, land is visible. You can see hills, rivers, forests, cliffs and soil. The surface tells you what kind of place you're in. Antarctica hides its surface under ice, so the continent has two faces. There is the face we see, the bright frozen roof. Then there is the buried land below, which scientists must map using radar, gravity measurements, seismic surveys, drilling, and long patient work that usually involves very cold fingers and equipment that does not care for the weather. The result is a place where the most important landscape is often invisible. The ice is divided into major regions. East Antarctica holds the largest and oldest part of the ice sheet. It is thick, high, and generally more stable than other areas, though stable does not mean unchanging. West Antarctica is lower, more vulnerable in certain places, and contains glaciers that scientists watch closely because of their connection to future sea level rise. The Antarctic Peninsula, stretching northward towards South America, is warmer by Antarctic standards, which is rather like saying a freezer shelf is warmer than the back of the freezer. It has seen rapid changes in ice shelves and glaciers over recent decades. Each region behaves differently, because Antarctica is not one simple block of ice. It is a system of systems, all moving at different speeds, responding to bedrock shape, ocean heat, snowfall, temperature, and gravity. Gravity is important because ice flows. That sounds odd because we usually think of ice as solid and still. Drop an ice cube on the floor and it does not glide away like a nervous jellyfish. But when ice becomes thick enough, heavy enough, and old enough, it slowly deforms under its own weight. Glaciers are rivers of ice, moving downhill or outward from the high interior toward the coast. They may move slowly by human standards, sometimes meters per year, sometimes much faster, but they are always part of a huge movement. The ice sheet is not a frozen object, it is a slow-motion engine. This matters because the ice does not just sit on Antarctica. It shapes Antarctica. It grinds bedrock. It fills basins. It carries trapped air, dust, volcanic ash, meteorites, and chemical traces. It presses the crust downward. It feeds floating ice shells. It breaks into icebergs. It stores water that would otherwise be in the sea. And because there is so much of it, Changes in Antarctic ice are not merely local events. They matter to coastlines around the world. A glacier thinning in West Antarctica may seem remote from a person sitting in a seaside town thousands of kilometres away, but water has a way of ignoring national borders, especially when it is quietly being added to the ocean. The ice sheet also has a memory. Snow falls, layer upon layer, and over time the weight compresses older snow into firn, then into solid ice. Tiny bubbles of air become trapped inside. These bubbles are like samples of ancient atmosphere, sealed away by cold and pressure. Scientists drill ice cores to read this record. A long cylinder of Antarctic ice can contain information about temperatures, greenhouse gases, dust, volcanic eruptions, sea salt, and changes in climate going back hundreds of thousands of years. The ice is not only frozen water, it is an archive. It stores evidence from a world before cities, before agriculture, before writing, before humans had strong opinions about office thermostats. Reading that archive is delicate work. Ice cores are drilled from remote sites and handled carefully to avoid contamination or damage. The deeper the ice, the older it usually is, though ice flow can fold and disturb layers, so it is not always as simple as reading a neat stack of pages. Still, the principle is extraordinary. Antarctica preserves past air, past snowfall, past volcanic events, and past climate shifts in a way that almost nowhere else can. When people ask why scientists go to Antarctica, this is one of the clearest answers. The ice holds information about how Earth's climate system works. It lets researchers compare natural changes with modern human-driven changes. It gives context. It gives warning. It gives data from a time when no one was around to write anything down, which is fortunate because early humans probably had other concerns, such as finding food and avoiding animals with large teeth. But the ice is not just a record of the past. It is also a moving part of the present. Around Antarctica's edges, glaciers flow toward the sea and often feed ice shelves. An ice shelf is a thick floating extension of land ice. It forms where glaciers or ice sheets flow off the continent and spread over the ocean, while remaining attached to the land. These ice shelves can be enormous. The Ross Ice Shelf, for example, is one of the largest floating ice bodies on Earth. Standing on an ice shelf can feel like standing on land, because it is thick and broad and solid beneath you, but underneath is ocean. That detail is worth remembering. It is the sort of detail that changes the mood of a sentence. Ice shelves matter because they act like buttresses. They help slow the flow of inland ice into the sea. If an ice shelf thins, weakens, fractures, or collapses, the glaciers feeding it can speed up, sending more ice into the ocean. The floating shelf itself does not raise sea level much when it melts, because it is already displacing water like ice cubes in a drink. But the land ice behind it can raise sea level when it flows into the ocean. This is why scientists pay close attention to ice shelves. They are not just impressive frozen platforms. They are gatekeepers holding back ice from the interior. Some ice shelves have collapsed dramatically. The Larsen B ice shelf on the Antarctic Peninsula broke apart in 2002 over a very short period, after years of warming and surface melt. To a casual observer, an ice shelf might seem permanent. Huge things often trick us into assuming they are stable. But ice can fail quickly when cracks, meltwater, warming air and ocean conditions line up in the wrong way. When a large ice shelf disintegrates, it is not like an ice cube melting slowly in a glass. It can fracture into many pieces, changing the behaviour of the glaciers behind it. For scientists watching Antarctica, these events are not distant curiosities. They are clues about how parts of the ice system may respond as the planet warms. One of the most discussed regions is the West Antarctic ice sheet, especially glaciers such as Thwaites Glacier and Pine Island Glacier. Thwaites has earned the dramatic nickname Doomsday Glacier, which is both attention-grabbing and slightly unfair, as if the glacier personally asked for a villain role. The concern is real, though. Thwaites is large. It drains a major part of West Antarctica, and its bed slopes downward inland in a way that can make retreat unstable. Warm ocean water can reach beneath floating ice and melt it from below. If grounding lines retreat where the glacier lifts off the bed and begins to float, more ice can be exposed to ocean-driven melting. The processes are complex and scientists continue to study them closely, but the reason for concern is straightforward. West Antarctica contains enough ice to matter greatly to future sea level. The phrase, "beneath the ice," becomes especially important here. Much of the action is not happening where a person can easily see it. The underside of an ice shelf is dark, cold, and difficult to reach. Ocean water circulates below. Melting can occur from underneath. The grounding zone can shift. Cavities form. Instruments must be placed by drilling through ice, sending robotic vehicles below, using radar, satellites, ships, seals carrying sensors, and other methods that sound like someone made a science project out of a spy film. Antarctica hides some of its most important processes under floating ice, where direct observation is hard. This is one of the continent's most effective tricks. It makes the surface look calm while the real story is happening out of sight. There are also mountains beneath the ice. The Gamburtsev Mountains in East Antarctica are a good example. They are buried under the ice sheet, yet they may rise to heights comparable to the European Alps. For a long time, their existence was a surprise. Mountains are not usually subtle. They are known for standing up and making themselves visible, but under kilometres of ice, even a mountain range can become hidden. Scientists study these buried mountains to understand how the East Antarctic ice sheet formed and persisted. Their shape affects ice flow. Their valleys may have helped snow accumulate and ice begin to grow. In Antarctica, even the bones of the continent are partly concealed. Bedrock shape is crucial. Some parts of Antarctica rest on land above sea level. Other parts, especially in West Antarctica, sit on bedrock below sea level. This makes them more vulnerable to ocean influence. Ice grounded below sea level can be affected by warm water reaching its base. The shape of the bed can either slow retreat or allow it to continue. A ridge can act as a stabilizing point. A deepening basin can create trouble. This means that mapping the hidden bed beneath the ice is not just academic curiosity. It is essential for predicting how the ice sheet may change. And then there is the weight. The Antarctic ice sheet is so massive that it depresses the land beneath it. The crust is flexible over long time scales, and heavy ice pushes it down. If ice melts and the weight is removed, the land can slowly rebound upward, a process called isostatic rebound. This is not a quick bounce, like a mattress after someone stands up. It happens over thousands of years. But it matters for sea level, ice stability, and geological interpretation. Antarctica is not only ice resting on rock, it is ice and rock interacting, pressing, lifting, responding, and changing over deep time. All of this sounds grand and scientific, but it also has practical dangers. To travel across the surface of this ice is to move over something that can be deceptive. There may be crevasses, there may be soft snow, there may be hard blue ice polished by wind. There may be sastrugi, which are wind-carved ridges of snow and ice that can make travel rough, slow and uncomfortable. If you have ever tried to drag a suitcase over cobblestones, imagine a polar version. Except the suitcase is a sled. The cobblestones are frozen ridges, and the weather has decided to be personally involved. Vehicles can struggle, skis can catch, sledges can tip. Routes must be chosen with care. Blue ice areas are especially interesting. In some regions, wind removes snow and exposes old ice at the surface. These areas can preserve meteorites. Dark rocks fallen from space stand out against pale ice, making Antarctica one of the best places on Earth to find them. The ice flow can concentrate meteorites in certain zones, where scientists collect them to study the history of the solar system. This is another example of Antarctica being strange without needing any invented mystery. Pieces of asteroids and other planetary bodies land on Earth, become trapped in Antarctic ice, and later emerge where researchers can pick them up from a frozen desert. If that does not count as interesting, then perhaps our standards have become too demanding. The ice also contains volcanic ash layers from past eruptions, dust carried by winds, and chemical traces that reveal changes in atmosphere and ocean conditions. It is both a storage system and a conveyor belt. Some ice remains buried for hundreds of thousands of years. Some slowly flows toward the edge and eventually becomes part of the ocean. Some breaks off as icebergs, some melts at the base, some sublimates directly into the dry air. The life of Antarctic ice is slow, but not still. Icebergs are another part of the frozen giant story. When large chunks of ice break from glaciers or ice shelves, they become icebergs, drifting into the Southern Ocean. Some are small enough to look like sculpted blocks. Others are vast, flat-topped tabular icebergs that can be larger than cities, larger than regions, sometimes so huge that seeing them from above feels like looking at a broken piece of continent. They drift with currents and winds, slowly melting, rotating, cracking and releasing fresh water. Their undersides can be deeply sculpted by seawater. Their surfaces can host melt ponds, snow, wildlife resting temporarily, and the occasional sense that nature has been experimenting with minimalist architecture. The carving of icebergs is natural. Ice shelves grow and lose mass through calving, and not every iceberg is a sign of disaster. But changes in calving patterns, thinning, fracture systems, and ice shelf stability can tell scientists a great deal. A giant iceberg breaking away becomes a news story because it is visible, dramatic, and easy to grasp. But the less visible processes, thinning from below, warming ocean layers, grounding line retreat, loss of buttressing, can be more important in the long run. Antarctica often hides the serious parts under the obvious parts. It shows you a spectacular iceberg while the deeper question sits underneath, quietly making graphs more worrying. The ice also affects sea level in a direct and enormous way. If all Antarctic land ice were to melt, global sea level would rise by many tens of meters. That is not expected to happen quickly, and it is not a near-term scenario in the simple sense. But even smaller losses from vulnerable regions can have major consequences over time. This is why understanding Antarctic ice is not optional. It is tied to the future of coastal communities, ports, wetlands, island nations, storm surges, and infrastructure around the world. A glacier in Antarctica may seem far away, but sea level is one of the planet's most effective delivery systems. There is another hidden world beneath the ice that feels almost fictional, but is real: subglacial water. Antarctica may look frozen solid, but beneath parts of the ice sheet there are lakes, streams, and wet sediments. Pressure from the thick ice, heat from the earth below, friction from ice movement, and dissolved salts can allow water to exist at the base. This water can lubricate ice flow, connect lakes, drain suddenly and reshape the bed. It also raises one of the most fascinating biological questions on Earth. Can life survive down there, sealed away from sunlight beneath kilometers of ice? Lake Vostok is the most famous example, but it is only one part of a larger system. Hundreds of subglacial lakes have been detected beneath Antarctica. Some are isolated for long periods, others may connect through drainage events. Scientists are careful about sampling them because contamination is a serious concern. If a lake has been sealed for a very long time, introducing surface microbes, drilling fluids, or other contaminants could ruin the very thing researchers are trying to study. This is the kind of detail that often gets lost in dramatic retellings. People hear hidden lake under Antarctica and leap straight to monsters, aliens, or ancient cities. Scientists hear it and say, quite sensibly, we need an extremely clean drill and several years of planning. The possibility of microbial life in subglacial environments is not only interesting for Earth science, it also helps scientists think about icy worlds beyond Earth, such as Europa or Enceladus, moons with ice shells and subsurface oceans. Antarctica becomes a testing ground for how life might persist in cold, dark, isolated environments. Again, the real science is already remarkable. You do not need to add a secret civilization wearing thermal robes. Microbes surviving under Antarctic ice would be extraordinary enough. Microbes are often more impressive than they are given credit for, though admittedly they are difficult to interview. The movement of water beneath the ice can also affect glacier behaviour. Water at the base can reduce friction, allowing ice to slide more easily. Drainage systems can change over time. Lakes can fill and drain. These processes are hard to observe directly, but satellites can detect subtle changes in ice surface elevation as water moves below. Imagine trying to understand plumbing in a house by watching tiny shifts in the roof from space. That is roughly the level of indirect detective work sometimes required. Antarctica turns science into patient inference. The frozen giants beneath your feet are therefore not only the thick ice sheet, but the glaciers, shelves, buried mountains, hidden lakes, deep basins, trapped climate records, and slow systems that connect them all. They are giant not just in size, but in influence. They shape weather, oceans, sea level, biology, and human imagination. They make Antarctica difficult to cross, difficult to study, difficult to understand, and difficult to ignore. They also explain why the continent can feel so misleading from photographs. A picture of Antarctica might show a white plain under blue sky. It may look empty, almost simple, but that plain could be the surface of ice thousands of meters thick. It could be moving slowly toward the coast. It could contain air from the distant past. It could be hiding a lake, a mountain range, or a crack covered by snow. It could be part of a system that affects sea level on the other side of the planet. A flat white surface in Antarctica is rarely just a flat white surface. It is a lid, a road, a hazard, a history book, and a climate machine, all at once. Very inconsiderate of it, really, to have so many responsibilities while looking so plain. This hidden complexity helps explain why people imagine strange things there. The mind struggles with scale and invisibility. If you tell someone there are mountains under the ice, lakes under the ice, rivers under the ice, ancient air inside the ice, meteorites on the ice, and ocean water eating away at the underside of floating ice, it already sounds like the setting for a mystery. And because most people will never stand there, the difference between proven strangeness and invented strangeness can blur. A real buried mountain becomes, in some retellings, a pyramid. A real subglacial lake becomes an entrance to something. A real ice shelf vibration becomes a signal. A real unusual gravity reading becomes a crashed object. Antarctica gives speculation plenty of raw material, but the better story is the one supported by evidence. The ice is stranger than most myths because it is active while appearing still. It contains the past while shaping the future. It hides land while controlling oceans. It is fragile in some places and overwhelmingly powerful in others. It can preserve a meteorite for thousands of years and crush a ship in a season. It can hold bubbles of ancient air and open crevasses without warning. It can look clean and empty while carrying chemical records of fires, volcanoes, industrial emissions, dust storms, and changing atmospheres from across the globe. There is a practical lesson in all of this. You cannot treat Antarctica like ordinary ground. The ice beneath your feet may be deep, moving, cracked, floating, ancient, or resting on water. It may be part of a glacier moving toward the sea. It may be covering a buried valley. It may be sitting above rock that no one has seen directly. It may look solid enough for a stroll and still require flags, radar, ropes, and training. The landscape does not announce all its dangers. It often looks peaceful while being complicated. That is one of Antarctica's most consistent habits, and this is where the history of exploration becomes even more impressive. The early explorers were not simply crossing snow, they were crossing an unknown ice world with limited information. They did not know the hidden bed beneath them. They did not have satellite maps showing crevasse fields. They did not have modern fabrics, weather models, aircraft support, or reliable communication. They travelled across surfaces that could deceive them, through storms that could trap them, over glaciers that could break beneath them, toward goals that were often more symbolic than practical. Their journeys were human attempts to move across the frozen giants without fully knowing what those giants were. The ice was not scenery in those stories. It was an opponent, a road, a prison, a supply problem, a weather maker, and sometimes a grave. It slowed sledges, injured animals, exhausted people, hid crevasses, reflected sunlight into eyes, froze clothing, swallowed camps in drift, and stretched distances until morale itself became part of the load. The explorers carried food, fuel, instruments, flags, notebooks, hopes, national pride, and private fears across a surface that cared about none of them. That is why their stories still hold power. They were not just going to a point on a map. They were entering a continent whose basic surface was a challenge. The frozen giants are still there. We understand them far better now, but we do not control them. Satellites watch them. Scientists model them. Radar maps them. Drills sample them. Robots and sensors explore parts of them. Yet they remain huge, remote, and capable of surprise. A crack can grow, a shelf can thin, a lake can drain, a glacier can accelerate. A storm can erase a route. The ice continues its slow work whether or not humans are paying attention. So when Antarctica feels forbidden, part of that feeling comes from the ice itself. Not just the coldness of it, but the mass of it, the depth, the hidden movement, the way it buries a continent and turns the visible world into a surface clue. You're not looking at the whole place when you look at Antarctica. You're looking at the top of a system that extends downward through ice, back through time, outward into the ocean, and forward into the future of global coastlines. The continent is not only hard to reach, it is hard to read. And once we have understood that, the old exploration stories become less like distant adventure tales and more like encounters with a physical force. Scott, Shackleton, Ammonson, and the others did not step into a blank heroic stage. They stepped onto moving ice, into killing weather, across hidden cracks, toward places no human body was naturally built to endure. Their names became famous because they tried to cross a continent that was already resisting them in every possible way. Their names became famous because they tried to cross a continent that was already resisting them in every possible way. Robert Falcon Scott, Ernest Shackleton, and Roald Ammonson did not walk into Antarctica as if it were a grand empty stage waiting for brave men to pose against the snow. They entered a place that broke schedules, froze fingers, crushed ships, swallowed tracks, and punished every weak point in a plan. Their stories are often told with flags, portraits, heroic music, and serious faces staring into the distance. But beneath all that is a much colder and more practical truth. Antarctica was not impressed by fame, courage, rank, confidence, or national pride. It responded only to preparation, timing, food, fuel, clothing, route choices, weather, and sometimes luck. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, much of the world had already been mapped by empires, sailors, traders, surveyors, missionaries, scientists, and people who were usually convinced that naming something was almost the same as understanding it. The Arctic had drawn explorers for centuries. Mountains had been climbed. Deserts had been crossed. Oceans had been charted. But Antarctica remained different. It was still the great white gap at the bottom of the world, a continent seen at the edges, approached by ships, touched in places, but not truly crossed or known from within. To reach the South Pole became one of the great goals of exploration, partly for science, partly for national prestige, partly because humans have an unusual habit of looking at a lethal blank space and saying, yes, but what if we walked across it? This was the age sometimes called the heroic age of Antarctic exploration, and it was heroic in the old uncomfortable sense of the word, meaning people did things that were astonishing, dangerous, badly insulated, and occasionally avoidable. These expeditions were not casual adventures. They involved years of planning, fundraising, shipbuilding, recruitment, storing food, choosing animals, designing sledges, testing clothing, and trying to predict the needs of people who would be working in a place where even a small miscalculation might become fatal. Every tin of food, every gallon of fuel, every pair of boots, every dog harness, every scientific instrument, every spare part had to be thought about before the ship ever sailed south. Forgetting something was not solved by popping to the shops. Antarctica has never been known for its convenient little hardware stores. Robert Falcon Scott was one of the central figures of this era, and his story is bound tightly to the British image of Antarctic endurance. Scott was a Royal Navy officer, disciplined, ambitious, and shaped by the traditions of duty and service. His first Antarctic expedition, the Discovery Expedition, lasted from 1901 to 1904. It was a major scientific and exploratory mission, and it gave Scott valuable experience in the South. It also showed how difficult Antarctic travel could be. Scott, Ernest Shackleton, and Edward Wilson made an attempt to travel far south, but the journey nearly destroyed them. They suffered from exhaustion, cold, hunger, and illness. Shackleton became seriously unwell and was sent home early, a decision that caused tension between him and Scott. It was not the last time their names would be linked by ambition and ice. Scott's later expedition, the Terra Nova expedition, began in 1910. Its most famous goal was to reach the South Pole. By then, reaching the pole had become not only a scientific target, but a symbolic one. Whoever stood there first would claim a place in history, plant a flag, take photographs, make measurements, and then, with any luck, return alive to be congratulated. That final part turned out to be rather important. Scott's expedition was large, complex, and scientifically serious. He was not only trying to reach the pole. His team carried out geological, meteorological, biological, and glaciological work. In fact, one of the things sometimes lost in the simple race to the pole version of the story is that Scott's expedition collected valuable scientific data and specimens under appalling conditions. Science was not a decorative extra. It was part of the mission. Though one suspects the rocks carried back by the Polar Party may not have felt quite so valuable to the exhausted men hauling them across the ice. Scott's approach to polar travel involved a mixture of transport methods, motor sledges, ponies, dogs, and human hauling. The motor sledges were experimental and did not prove reliable enough. The ponies struggled terribly in Antarctic conditions. They were not well suited to deep snow, extreme cold, and the surfaces they had to cross. Dogs were used, but not as effectively as they could have been. Human hauling became central, with men pulling heavy sledges themselves across the ice. To later readers, this seems brutal, and it was. But it also reflected British expedition culture at the time, where physical endurance carried a moral weight, as if suffering could somehow prove character. Antarctica, being Antarctica, accepted the suffering and offered no bonus points. Roald Amundsen, by contrast, came from a different polar tradition. He was Norwegian, deeply experienced in cold environments, and practical in a way that was almost alarming. Before turning south, he had spent time learning from Inuit people during Arctic expeditions, studying clothing, dog handling, sledging techniques, and survival methods suited to polar travel. He understood the value of dogs not as a sentimental addition, but as the most efficient transport system available. Dogs could pull loads, travel fast, and, harsh as it sounds, some could be used to feed the others and the men as the journey progressed. This was not gentle, but polar travel rarely was. Ammonsen's planning was precise, focused, and ruthlessly adapted to the goal. There is a slightly awkward twist in Amundsen's story. He originally planned to go north, aiming for the Arctic and perhaps the North Pole. But when news spread that others had claimed the North Pole, Amundsen changed his target to the South Pole. He did not announce this change openly at first, even to some backers and crew, which has led to criticism. When his ship, the Fram, sailed south, the world eventually learned that Amundsen was heading for Antarctica. Scott, already on his own expedition, found himself in an unexpected race. It was not a race he had chosen in quite that form, but it became one all the same. Ammonson established his base at the Bay of Whales on the Ross Ice Shelf, closer to the pole than Scott's base at Cape Evans on Ross Island. He chose his route carefully and laid depots with great attention to marking and supplies. Depot laying may not sound glamorous, but in polar travel it can decide everything. A depot is a stored supply point, usually containing food, fuel, and equipment for later use. If you are travelling across a landscape where there is no food and no fuel except what you bring, depots become lifelines. Miss one in bad weather and the consequences can be severe. Ammonson marked his depots widely and carefully, using lines of flags and markers so they could be found even if navigation was difficult. This was not dramatic. It was better than dramatic. It was sensible. Scott's depot system was less forgiving. Some depots were not placed as far south as originally intended, and the return journey would later depend on finding them while men were exhausted, hungry, frostbitten, and facing severe weather. It is easy to judge decisions from a chair, especially a warm chair with a snack nearby. But the difference in planning between Amundsen and Scott remains one of the central reasons their outcomes differed. Amundsen designed his expedition around speed, dogs, skis, efficient clothing, and clear priorities. Scott's expedition combined scientific goals, mixed transport, heavy loads, and a cultural belief in man-hauling that cost enormous energy. Amundsen set out for the pole in October 1911, after an earlier start had been abandoned because of extreme cold. His final polar party consisted of 5 men: Amundsen himself, Olaf Bjaaland, Helmer Hansen, Sverre Hassel, and Oscar Wisting. They travelled with dog teams and skis, moving efficiently across the ice. They crossed the Ross Ice Shelf, climbed the Transantarctic Mountains by a route up the Axel Heiberg Glacier, and reached the polar plateau. On December 14th, 1911, they arrived at the South Pole. They planted the Norwegian flag, set up a small tent called Polheim, took observations, and left a letter for Scott in case Amundsen's party did not make it back. Then they turned around and returned safely to base. Their journey was dangerous, but it was also extraordinarily well executed. In polar terms, it was almost tidy, which is not a word Antarctica allows very often. Scott's party reached the South Pole on January 17, 1912, just over a month later. The final polar party included Scott, Edward Wilson, Henry Bowers, Lawrence Oates, and Edgar Evans. When they arrived, they found Amundsen's tent and flag. It is hard to imagine the emotional force of that moment. They had hauled themselves across one of the most hostile landscapes on Earth, only to discover that the prize had already been taken. There was no cheering crowd, no immediate rescue, no warm room in which to process disappointment. There was only the pole, the Norwegian flag, the cold, and the long journey back. The return journey became one of the most tragic stories in polar history. Edgar Evans deteriorated first. He had suffered injuries and frostbite, and his condition worsened as the men struggled north. He died near the foot of the Beardmore Glacier in February 1912. The remaining 4 continued, weakened by cold, hunger, and exhaustion. Lawrence Oates, suffering severely from frostbite and likely knowing he was slowing the others, walked out of the tent during a blizzard in March. According to Scott's diary, his last words were, "I am just going outside and maybe some time." It is one of the most famous lines in exploration history, quiet and devastating. It has been repeated so often that it can almost feel like legend, but at its centre was a man in terrible pain making a decision in a frozen tent. Scott, Wilson, and Bowers continued, but they were trapped by weather and weakness only about 11 miles from a supply depot. 11 miles is nothing in ordinary life. It is a short drive, a long walk, a distance people run for exercise if they are feeling particularly energetic and possibly avoiding their emails. In Antarctica, after months of hauling, starvation, frostbite and storms, 11 miles might as well be another planet. The 3 men died in their tent in late March 1912. Their bodies, diaries, letters and records were found months later by a search party. Scott's final writings made him a symbol of endurance and sacrifice, but they also preserved the brutal details of a journey that had gone wrong in several ways at once. For many years, Scott was treated in Britain as a heroic martyr. Later, historians reassessed his leadership, planning, transport choices and decisions. Some criticism was fair, some became too simple. Scott was not a fool wandering into the snow with a flag and a stiff upper lip. He was a serious explorer leading a complex expedition in a dangerous place with imperfect information and cultural assumptions that shaped his choices. He made mistakes. He also contributed to science and showed great personal courage. The truth is not as neat as either worship or dismissal. Antarctica rarely gives us neat stories. It gives us complicated people under pressure. Ernest Shackleton's story took a different shape. If Scott is remembered for tragic failure and Ammonson for precise success, Shackleton is remembered for survival. Shackleton had served on Scott's Discovery expedition, then led his own Nimrod expedition from 1907 to 1909. During that expedition, Shackleton and his team got closer to the South Pole than anyone had before, reaching a farthest south point only about 97 nautical miles from the pole before turning back. That decision is important. Shackleton chose to turn around rather than push on and risk everyone's lives. He later said in effect that a live donkey was better than a dead lion, though the exact wording has been repeated in different forms. The point was clear. Glory was not worth dying for if survival was still possible. This practical instinct would define him. The expedition also achieved the first ascent of Mount Erebus and reached the South Magnetic Pole region. Shackleton returned to Britain as a major figure, knighted and celebrated. But he had not reached the geographic South Pole, and after Ammonson and Scott did, Shackleton needed a new goal. That goal became the Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition of 1914. The plan was to cross Antarctica from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea, passing through the South Pole. It was ambitious, difficult, and, as events proved, completely overtaken by the continent's opinion on the matter. Shackleton's ship was named Endurance, a name so perfectly suited to the story that it seems almost too neat. The ship entered the Weddell Sea and became trapped in pack ice, before the men could even land on the continent. For months, Endurance drifted with the ice, squeezed and held fast. The crew waited, worked, watched, and hoped the ship might be released. Instead, the pressure increased. Ice can behave with slow violence. It presses and twists and crushes without hurry. Eventually, Endurance was damaged beyond saving. The men abandoned ship, and in November 1915 it sank beneath the ice. Imagine standing on frozen sea ice, watching your ship disappear, knowing that the continent you came to cross has not even allowed you to begin. It is the sort of moment that makes a person reconsider all career choices that involve maps. From that point, the expedition became a survival story. Shackleton and his men camped on drifting ice floes, hauling lifeboats and supplies, waiting for the ice to break enough to allow travel by boat. They were not on stable land. They were on sea ice, moving with the currents, slowly carrying them through the Weddell Sea. Their world had become temporary. The floor beneath them could crack. The weather could worsen. Food was limited. Morale mattered. Leadership mattered enormously. Shackleton's greatest skill may not have been reaching a destination, but keeping men alive when the destination had become impossible. Eventually the crew launched the lifeboats and made a dangerous journey to Elephant Island, a remote, harsh place off the Antarctic peninsula. Reaching land was a relief, but not rescue. Elephant Island was isolated, rarely visited, and offered little hope that anyone would find them by chance. So Shackleton made one of the most extraordinary small boat journeys in history. With 5 companions, he set out in the James Caird, a reinforced lifeboat, to cross about 800 miles of the Southern Ocean to South Georgia. The boat was tiny compared with the seas it had to face. They navigated with limited observations, battling cold, wet, exhaustion, and waves that could have ended everything at any moment. Anyone who has ever felt uneasy in a slightly choppy ferry may now take a moment to appreciate the full horror of this arrangement. Against the odds, they reached South Georgia, but they landed on the wrong side of the island, away from the whaling stations. Shackleton, Tom Crean, and Frank Worsley then crossed the island's mountainous interior on foot, without proper mountaineering equipment, through snow, ice, and dangerous terrain. They finally reached the whaling station at Stromness. From there, Shackleton organised rescue attempts for the men left on Elephant Island. After several failed attempts due to ice and weather, he finally returned and rescued them. Every man from the Endurance crew survived. That fact still feels almost unbelievable. The expedition failed completely in its original goal, but succeeded in the more important one, bringing everyone home. Shackleton's leadership has been studied ever since. He was not perfect. No one living in a hut, ship or tent for months under Antarctic pressure is likely to be perfect, except perhaps in their own diary, and even then only briefly. But he had a gift for morale, flexibility and human judgment. He changed plans when reality demanded it. He kept men occupied. He watched personalities. He made hard decisions. He understood that despair could be as dangerous as cold. In Antarctica, leadership is not only about giving orders. It is about managing fear, boredom, hunger, resentment, hope, and the constant possibility that the weather is about to make all your plans look rather silly. Ammonson, Scott and Shackleton show 3 different ways of meeting Antarctica. Ammonson represents preparation shaped by environment. He learned from Arctic peoples, trusted dogs and skis, kept his objective narrow, and planned with precision. Scott represents the mix of science, national ambition, endurance, and tragic miscalculation. His expedition gave much, but paid terribly. Shackleton represents adaptation after failure, the ability to survive when the original goal becomes impossible. Together they show that Antarctica does not reward one simple virtue. Courage is useful, but not enough. Discipline is useful, but not enough. Ambition can take you south, but it cannot bring you back. The continent rewards competence, humility, flexibility, timing and respect for conditions. Even then, it does not promise anything. It is tempting to view these men as characters from an old adventure book far removed from modern life. Their clothes look heavy and old-fashioned. Their ships look small. Their photographs have that still serious quality that makes everyone appear as if they are either contemplating history or waiting for the exposure to finish. But the problems they faced are still recognisable in Antarctica today. Transport, weather, food, morale, communication, risk, equipment. The difference is that modern expeditions have better tools and better knowledge. The basic continent remains the same. It still asks before anything else whether you have prepared properly. The early expeditions also changed how the world understood Antarctica. They mapped coastlines, mountains, glaciers and routes. They collected specimens and weather data. They studied geology, magnetism, biology, ice and climate. Their work laid foundations for later science, even when their methods now seem dangerous or inefficient. The explorers were not only chasing flags, they were also carrying thermometers, notebooks, cameras, rock samples, biological specimens and scientific instruments into places where simply keeping ink usable could be a challenge. There is something quietly astonishing about people making observations while half frozen, exhausted and probably thinking more about soup than sediment. At the same time, we should not romanticize everything. The heroic age was shaped by empire, nationalism, masculinity, competition, and a willingness to risk lives for prestige. Animals suffered, men suffered. Some decisions were influenced by pride as much as science. Heroism and bad planning can occupy the same tent. So can bravery and stubbornness. It is possible to admire endurance while still asking whether certain choices were wise. This is not disrespectful. It is honest. Antarctica does not become less impressive if we admit that humans brought their flaws with them. The conditions they endured are hard to picture now because modern comfort has softened our sense of difficulty. Think of their daily routines: getting dressed in frozen clothing, melting snow for water, cooking in cramped spaces, repairing gear with numb fingers, navigating by sun and compass, recording observations, feeding animals, hauling loads over ridged ice, sleeping in tents while wind pressed against the fabric, waking to find drifted snow, frozen boots, aching muscles, and another day of the same white distance ahead. There were no quick messages home, no live tracking, no weather app, no heated vehicle waiting just over the hill. There was only the next march, the next camp, the next meal, the next decision. Hunger was constant on long sledging journeys. Rations had to be calculated carefully, but cold and exertion demand enormous energy. If rations were too small, men lost strength. If fuel was too limited, they could not melt enough snow or cook properly. Dehydration could creep in. Frostbite could worsen. Scurvy and nutritional deficiencies were concerns in earlier expeditions. Small physical problems could become serious. A blister, a cut, a cough, or a strained muscle mattered when travel depended on walking or hauling every day. Antarctica turns the body into equipment, and equipment needs maintenance. The animals used in these expeditions deserve attention too. Dogs were essential for Ammonson and many polar travellers. Ponies were used by Scott, with tragic results. They struggled badly and many had to be killed. Earlier expeditions also used sled dogs, and later mechanised vehicles slowly changed polar logistics. The choice of transport was not merely technical. It reflected knowledge, culture, experience, and sometimes prejudice. Some British explorers were reluctant to rely heavily on dogs and skis in the way Scandinavians did. This reluctance had consequences. Ammonsen's success was not just because he was tough, it was because he chose methods suited to the environment. Antarctica rewards learning from those who know cold places. It does not reward assuming one's own tradition is automatically superior, which is a lesson useful far beyond polar travel. The story of these explorers also helps explain why Antarctica became such a powerful symbol. The continent was not merely a place on a map. It became a test of human limits. Newspapers followed expeditions. Nations celebrated or mourned. Diaries became famous. Photographs and accounts shaped public imagination. The White Continent became associated with courage, sacrifice, disaster, leadership and survival. It was remote enough to feel almost mythic, yet real enough to leave bodies, ships, huts and records. That combination is potent. It still shapes the way people think about Antarctica today. Some of the historic huts remain preserved in the cold, especially on Ross Island. Scott's and Shackleton's huts contain supplies, equipment, bunks, tins, tools, and everyday objects left behind. They are not just museums, they are time capsules held in place by Antarctica's dry cold. Walking through them, carefully under preservation rules, must feel like stepping into a paused moment. There are boxes of food, clothing, scientific equipment, and traces of men who lived there more than a century ago. In a warmer, wetter climate, much would have rotted away. In Antarctica, the past lingers. Even history has trouble leaving. The discovery of the wreck of Endurance in 2022 added another powerful image to the story. The ship was found deep beneath the Weddell Sea, remarkably well preserved in the cold, dark water. For more than a century, it had rested below the same region of ice that destroyed it. Seeing its name still visible on the stern felt almost unreal. It was a reminder that Antarctic history is not only in books and memorials, it is physically present, frozen, submerged, preserved, waiting in places hard to reach. Again, the real facts are more moving than any invented tale. A wooden ship crushed by ice, lost for generations, found standing upright in the deep sea with its name still readable. That is not a conspiracy. That is history doing something quietly astonishing. These stories feed the modern idea that Antarctica is forbidden, because the early explorers made it seem almost impossible. And in their time, much of it was. Reaching the pole required a level of risk that would be unacceptable for many modern institutions. Crossing the continent was a dream that nearly killed everyone who tried before they even began. Ships vanished or were crushed, men lost toes, fingers, lives, and the continent remained mostly silent afterward, as if none of this were especially notable. That indifference may be the most chilling part. Antarctica did not become dramatic because humans arrived. Humans became dramatic because Antarctica gave them no choice. And yet, for all the danger, the explorers kept careful records. They measured, drew, collected, named, and described. They turned suffering into data. Scott's party, even while doomed, carried geological specimens from the Beardmore Glacier region. Those rocks included fossils that helped show Antarctica had once been connected to warmer ancient worlds, supporting later ideas about continental drift and past climates. It is almost unbearable to imagine exhausted men hauling rocks while fighting for survival, but those specimens mattered. Science and tragedy were tied together in the same sledge load. Ammonson's clean victory at the pole did not make him universally loved at first. Some saw him as secretive or too competitive. Scott's death, by contrast, created a powerful emotional story, especially in Britain. Shackleton, though he never achieved his grandest Antarctic goal, became admired for saving his men. Over time, all three reputations have shifted, been debated, polished, criticised, and revised. That is what happens when real people become symbols. Symbols are easier to manage than humans. Humans are inconveniently mixed. What remains solid beneath the debate is the continent itself. Ammonson succeeded because he respected what polar travel required. Scott failed to return because a chain of factors, planning problems, weather, physical decline, transport difficulties, and bad luck, closed around his party. Shackleton survived because he abandoned the original goal and made survival the mission. Each story teaches something different about dealing with extreme places. Prepare for the place you're actually entering, not the place you wish existed. Do not confuse endurance with strategy. Change the plan when the facts change. Keep people fed, occupied, and hopeful. Mark your depots properly. Take weather seriously. And perhaps do not assume that a continent larger than Europe will adjust itself around your timetable. The age of impossible journeys did not end because Antarctica became easy. It ended because technology, treaties, science, and aircraft changed the nature of going there. The blank map filled in. The South Pole was reached. Crossings were completed. Research stations were built. Satellites watched from above. The continent moved from the realm of heroic conquest into the realm of scientific study. That transition matters. Antarctica is not there to be conquered. It is there to be understood, and even that must be done carefully. Still, the old journeys remain part of its atmosphere. When modern scientists fly over the transantarctic mountains or work near the Ross Ice Shelf, they are moving through landscapes tied to those earlier attempts. When visitors see historic huts, they see the material remains of people who lived with whale blubber, canvas, paraffin, dogs, ponies, and handwritten notes in a place that did not soften for them. When we hear that Antarctica is hard to visit today, it helps to remember that for the early explorers it was not merely hard. It was a gamble with survival. And those stories also show why we do not need to invent monsters under the ice to make Antarctica compelling. The real monsters, if we want to use that word carefully, were cold, hunger, pressure ice, distance, and uncertainty. The real suspense was whether a depot could be found, whether a ship would survive, whether a storm would lift, whether a weakened man could walk another mile, whether a lifeboat could cross an ocean, whether people on a remote island would still be alive when rescue came. That is stronger than fiction because it actually happened. The old explorers went south with maps that were incomplete, clothing that was heavy, food that was limited, and confidence that sometimes helped and sometimes harmed them. They found a continent that refused to behave like a prize. It could be reached, but not easily. It could be crossed, but not casually. It could preserve your name or erase your tracks. In some cases, it did both. So when we think of Scott, Shackleton and Ammonson, we should picture more than frozen portraits and famous quotes. We should picture men making tea in cramped tents, cutting blocks of snow, checking frostbitten feet, repairing sledges, arguing quietly, calculating rations, scanning the horizon for flags, listening to ice press against wood, and waking each day to a landscape that offered no comfort except the possibility of going on. Their journeys were impossible only until someone attempted them, and even then the continent decided the price. And after those journeys, after the flags, the diaries, the wrecked ships, the preserved huts, and the names written into polar history, Antarctica did not become less strange. In some ways, it became stranger. Once humans had crossed its surface and mapped more of its coast, science began asking deeper questions. What lies under the ice? What lives in sealed lakes? Why does a glacier bleed red water into the cold air? How can an ice shelf sing? What do strange holes in the sea ice reveal about the ocean below? The age of heroic journeys opened the door, but beyond it was a continent full of quieter mysteries, hidden not in legend but in ice, water, wind and stone. The age of heroic journeys opened the door, but beyond it was a continent full of quieter mysteries, hidden not in legend but in ice, water, wind and stone. And some of those mysteries sound, at first, as though they belong in a very dramatic novel with a map on the inside cover, and at least one scientist saying, "That reading cannot be right." Antarctica has lakes sealed under kilometres of ice. It has a waterfall that pours red liquid from the snout of a glacier. It has ice shelves that produce strange low sounds as wind moves across their surface. It has caves warmed by volcanoes, microbes living where sunlight cannot reach, and frozen landscapes that can preserve secrets for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. If you were trying to invent a mysterious continent, honestly, Antarctica would make your job rather easy. You could mostly just write down the real things and add fewer exclamation marks. Let's begin with the hidden lakes, because they are among the most remarkable features of the continent. When people imagine Antarctica, they often picture solid ice from top to bottom, as if the whole place were a single frozen block. But deep beneath the ice sheet, where pressure is immense and the earth gives off a slow warmth from below, liquid water can exist. Not open water under blue sky, of course. Not the kind of lake where someone sets up a picnic and a small dog steals a sandwich. These are subglacial lakes, sealed beneath thick ice, trapped in darkness, under pressure, cut off from the surface world. The most famous of these is Lake Vostok. It lies beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet, near the Russian Vostok station, buried under roughly 4 kilometers of ice. It is one of the largest subglacial lakes known on Earth, and for a long time it was hidden completely. Scientists did not discover it by looking down into a hole and saying, "Well, there it is." They inferred its presence through radar surveys, seismic measurements, and the way the ice above it behaved. Radar signals sent through the ice reflected differently where liquid water lay below. The surface of the ice over the lake was unusually flat, almost as if the ice were floating over something smooth. Piece by piece, the evidence revealed a vast body of water locked beneath the frozen continent. The idea is astonishing. A lake, large and dark, hidden under ice for an immense stretch of time. No waves touched by wind, no sunlight, no birds crossing overhead, no ordinary seasons, just water sealed beneath pressure, cold and darkness. Naturally, this captured the public imagination. It also captured the imagination of scientists for much better reasons. If life could exist in Lake Vostok, even microbial life, it would show that organisms can survive in isolated, extreme environments with little or no connection to the surface. That matters not only for Earth, but for the search for life beyond Earth. Icy moons like Europa and Enceladus may have oceans beneath their frozen crusts. Antarctica, in that sense, becomes a kind of earthly rehearsal space for questions that stretch all the way to Jupiter and Saturn, which is quite a lot of responsibility for a lake that has never seen a deck chair. But studying Lake Vostok is difficult, because the very act of reaching it risks contaminating it. Imagine a sealed bottle containing an ancient sample, and then imagine opening it with a muddy spoon. That, broadly speaking, is what scientists want to avoid. Drilling through kilometres of ice requires equipment, fluids, machinery, and human activity, all of which can introduce microbes or chemicals from the surface. If the lake contains life, researchers need to know whether that life was truly there already, not hitchhiking down from a drill. So sampling subglacial lakes is not simply a matter of curiosity. It is a problem of cleanliness, patience, engineering, and restraint. Antarctica keeps secrets not because they are guarded by people in black uniforms, but because reaching them properly is very hard. Lake Vostok is not alone. Hundreds of subglacial lakes have been detected beneath Antarctica. Some are small, some are large, some may be linked by hidden drainage systems. Water can move beneath the ice, filling and draining lakes, lubricating the base of glaciers, and altering how ice flows toward the sea. Satellites can sometimes detect the surface of the ice rising or falling slightly as water shifts far below. That is worth pausing on. Scientists can watch the top of the ice move from space and infer that water has drained under kilometres of frozen material. It is a little like watching a duvet twitch and calmly announcing that there is plumbing underneath the bed. Very clever, slightly unsettling. This hidden water changes the way we understand Antarctica. It is not a dead frozen slab. It has a secret hydrological system. Beneath the surface, water can collect, move, connect, and influence ice movement. There may be sediments below, chemical reactions in the rock, heat from the earth, and microbial ecosystems that survive without sunlight. Some microbes on Earth live by using chemical energy rather than photosynthesis. They do not need a sunny afternoon, they need the right chemical ingredients. In dark places beneath ice, life, if present, may be slow, sparse, and deeply patient. Not exciting in the way a monster is exciting, perhaps, but far more believable and in its own way far more impressive. A monster needs a plot, a microbe needs chemistry and time. Then there is Blood Falls, one of Antarctica's strangest and most visually unforgettable features. Blood Falls flows from the Taylor Glacier in the McMurdo Dry Valleys, and it looks, from a distance, as if the glacier is bleeding into the ice below. A deep red stain spreads from the glacier's face, bright against the surrounding whites, blues, and browns of the polar desert. It is the sort of thing that practically begs for a dramatic explanation. If you were an explorer seeing it for the first time, you might reasonably wonder whether the continent had developed a worrying personal habit. The truth is not supernatural, but it is wonderfully strange. The red colour comes from iron-rich, salty water or brine that emerges from beneath the glacier. When that iron-rich water reaches the air, the iron oxidizes, rather like rust forming. The result is that red, blood-like colour. The brine itself is thought to come from an ancient body of seawater, or salty groundwater, trapped beneath the glacier long ago. It has been isolated, cold, dark, salty and low in oxygen, yet microbial life has been found associated with this system. These microbes survive in conditions that would be deeply inconvenient for most living things, using chemical processes in the absence of sunlight. So blood falls is not a wound. It is a window into an underground world of brine, minerals, and hardy microscopic life. The McMurdo dry valleys, where blood falls is found, are already strange enough without the red water. They're among the driest places on Earth, with bare rock, ice-covered lakes, and very little snow in some areas because wind and dryness dominate the landscape. They look almost Martian. In fact, scientists have used them as analogues for Mars because they are cold, dry and harsh, in ways that resemble conditions on other worlds. There are lakes there, sealed under ice, soils with simple ecosystems, and landscapes shaped by wind rather than flowing rainwater. Blood falls appears in this already alien setting like a red mark from some hidden process below, reminding us that even in a polar desert, water and chemistry are doing quiet work. It is easy to see why blood falls attracts exaggerated stories. A glacier leaking red liquid is not something most people see on a Thursday, but the real explanation has layers of interest. It involves ancient water, salt, iron, oxidation, microbial survival, glacial movement, and a dry valley environment that helps preserve unusual conditions. That is a very full plate of science. Adding vampires, ancient curses, or secret underground laboratories would not improve it. It would simply make the story less accurate, and probably require someone to design a very impractical Antarctic cape. Antarctica also has ice that sings. That phrase sounds like it belongs in a fairy tale, but here it comes from real measurements. The Ross Ice Shelf, a vast floating slab of ice, can produce low-frequency vibrations as winds blow across snow dunes on its surface. These vibrations are usually far below the range of human hearing, but when scientists speed up the recordings, they can become audible as eerie tones, hums, or murmurs. The sound changes as surface conditions change, meaning that the ice shelf's song can reveal information about weather, melting, snow structure, and possibly the formation of cracks. There is something deeply pleasing about that. The idea that a huge Antarctic ice shelf is constantly vibrating, responding to wind, temperature, and surface changes, producing a sound too low for us to hear unaided. Not a song in the human sense, of course. No melody, no chorus, no little penguin choir in scarves, although one does hate to rule out the arts too quickly. It is a physical vibration, a natural signal, but calling it singing captures the feeling of it. The ice shelf is not silent. It is communicating through motion, if we know how to listen. This matters because ice shelves are important to the stability of glaciers behind them. If scientists can monitor changes in an ice shelf by listening to its vibrations, that may help detect shifts that are otherwise hard to observe. A change in tone could reflect a change in snow conditions, surface melting, wind patterns, or structural stress. In a place where direct fieldwork is difficult, every kind of remote information matters. Satellites see from above, radar looks through, seismometers listen. Instruments become senses extended into a continent that does not make direct access easy. Antarctica is not silent. We are simply learning which instruments can hear it. This is one of the recurring patterns in Antarctic science. A strange phenomenon appears, then careful study shows that it is part of a larger system. A red waterfall becomes a clue to subglacial brines and microbial life. A singing ice shelf becomes a way to monitor ice conditions. A hidden lake becomes a question about life in isolation and water beneath ice sheets. The mystery does not disappear when explained. It becomes more detailed. That is a lovely thing about science when it is allowed to do its work properly. Explanation does not shrink wonder. It gives it better furniture. There are also caves beneath Antarctic volcanoes, especially around Mount Erebus, the active volcano on Ross Island. Mount Erebus is one of the southernmost active volcanoes on Earth, and it has a persistent lava lake, which is already an impressive detail for a continent famous for ice. Fire and ice do enjoy standing next to each other in Antarctica, perhaps for dramatic contrast. Around volcanic areas, heat can melt ice from below, forming cave systems and warm pockets beneath the surface. These caves may contain mineral deposits, unusual ice formations, and potentially microbial life adapted to those conditions. Warm caves under Antarctic ice sound like the beginning of a wild rumour, but again they are real geological features. Of course, warm is relative. In Antarctica, a place can be called warm because it is not actively trying to freeze your eyelashes together. But volcanic heat does create environments very different from the surrounding ice and cold. Scientists study these systems to understand geology, gases, microbial ecosystems, and how life might persist in hidden habitats. The idea of life in Antarctic caves or under ice often sparks public fascination because it feels secretive. But the life in question is usually microbial, not a lost civilization with excellent geothermal heating. There is no evidence for underground cities, ancient Antarctic kingdoms, or anything of that sort. There is, however, evidence that life can be far more adaptable than we once imagined, and that is more useful than a fantasy kingdom, though admittedly harder to put on a poster. Antarctic lakes on the surface can be strange too. Some lakes in the dry valleys are covered by permanent ice, but beneath that ice, liquid water remains. These lakes can have unusual chemistry, layered waters, and microbial mats. Because they're sealed from wind and strongly affected by light filtering through ice, they form ecosystems unlike ordinary lakes in warmer regions. Some are salty, some are highly stratified, some contain organisms that survive under low temperatures and limited nutrients. Again, Antarctica shows us water behaving in unfamiliar ways, not absent exactly, just hidden, trapped, layered, sealed, and difficult. And then there are the blue ice areas, which are not lakes or waterfalls or songs, but deserve a quiet mention because they add to the continent's strangeness. In these regions, old ice is exposed at the surface, often because wind removes snow faster than it can accumulate. The ice can appear deep blue because of how it absorbs and scatters light. These areas are valuable for meteorite hunting because dark stones from space stand out against the ice. Many meteorites have been recovered from Antarctica, preserved and concentrated by ice flow. The continent quietly collects pieces of other worlds and then stores them in a frozen desert until scientists come along with bags, labels, and careful excitement. It is hard to improve on that as a real mystery. The deeper you look, the more Antarctica seems to operate like a storage system for things that should not be together. Ancient air inside ice, liquid lakes under frozen sheets, red brine in a dry valley, volcanic heat beneath snow. Space rocks on blue ice, microbes in darkness, sounds in ice shelves too low for human ears. It is no wonder people reach for myths. The continent already feels like it is breaking ordinary categories. Water is frozen, except where it is not. Ice is silent, except when it sings. The desert is made of snow. The coldest continent has volcanoes. Empty places contain life. A flat surface hides mountains. The more you learn, the less simple it becomes. This is why the real Antarctica is often better than the exaggerated one. A conspiracy usually gives a single answer, a hidden base, a crashed object, a secret species, a forbidden structure. Real Antarctica gives you systems. It gives you questions that connect geology, biology, climate, oceanography, chemistry, astronomy, and human survival. It does not hand over one dramatic secret. It offers 1,000 difficult clues that may be less tidy, but it is much richer. Take the idea of life under the ice. If microbes survive in subglacial lakes or brines, what are they using for energy? How long have they been isolated? How slowly do they grow? How do nutrients circulate? Are lakes connected? Can DNA reveal ancient lineages or contamination? How do we sample them without damaging them? Every answer produces another question. This is not frustrating in science. This is the point. The unknown is not a locked box waiting for a single key. It is more like a cupboard full of smaller cupboards, and every time you open one you find a new label written in very tiny handwriting. Or consider blood falls. The red colour is explained by iron oxidation, yes, but the system behind it raises more questions. How old is the brine? How does it move through or beneath the glacier? What chemical reactions sustain the microbes? How has the system remained liquid in such cold conditions? What does it tell us about ancient environments? What might similar systems look like on Mars or beneath the ice of distant moons? Suddenly a strange red stain becomes part of a much larger conversation about life, water, salt, and survival in extreme places. The singing Ross ice shelf does the same. It begins as a curious sound, then becomes a monitoring tool. What changes in the snow alter the vibration? Can the tones help detect melting? Could listening to ice shelves provide early warning of structural changes? How do wind, temperature, and surface features interact? A spooky hum becomes data. The ghost story becomes a seismology problem, which, to be honest, is still rather spooky, but in a way that comes with graphs. These discoveries also remind us that Antarctica is not truly static. It can seem frozen in the everyday sense, but physically it is active. Ice moves, brine flows, lakes drain, wind sculpt snow, volcanoes release heat and gases, ice shelves vibrate, microbes metabolize slowly, meteorites emerge. Glaciers advance or retreat. The continent's pace is often slow, but not absent. Humans are impatient creatures. We notice fast things, breaking waves, falling cups, phones slipping between sofa cushions with supernatural precision. Antarctica works on slower clocks. That does not mean nothing is happening. It means we had to learn how to watch properly. There is something calming about that too. Antarctica invites a slower kind of attention. A red stain on ice is not solved at a glance. A lake beneath kilometres of ice is not sampled because someone feels curious before lunch. A low-frequency vibration must be recorded, processed, compared, understood. Even the simple act of reaching these places requires patience. Weather windows, field seasons, permits, clean equipment, safety plans, teams, instruments. The continent refuses rushed understanding. It makes science move carefully. And perhaps that carefulness is part of why the myths become so loud. Real knowledge from Antarctica often arrives slowly, through papers, measurements, cautious language, and uncertainty. False stories arrive quickly, with capital letters and a blurry image. A careful scientist may say, the data suggest a complex subglacial hydrological system with possible microbial activity. A rumour says they found something under the ice. One is accurate. The other is much easier to share, but easy does not mean true. In Antarctica especially, easy explanations often melt the moment they meet evidence, which is a small mercy, though not always a popular one. The hidden lakes, bloodfalls, and singing ice show why Antarctica does not need false mystery. It has real mystery in abundance. Real mystery is not the absence of explanation. It is the presence of something worth investigating. It is a lake sealed beneath ice, not because someone hid it, but because ice sheets are immense and Earth is old. It is red water flowing from a glacier, not because the continent is wounded, but because iron-rich brine has found its way into the air. It is an ice shelf humming below our hearing, not because it is sending a message, but because wind and snow and ice can turn a floating frozen plain into a natural instrument. And when you put these phenomena together, Antarctica begins to feel less empty and more secretive in the best possible sense. Not secretive like a person hiding something. Secretive like a deep forest, a cave, a night sky, or the ocean floor. It is full of things that are real, but not obvious. It asks for instruments, patience, and humility. It reminds us that the world can still surprise us without breaking the laws of physics. Which is good news, because the laws of physics are already doing quite a lot of unusual work down there. The more scientists study Antarctica, the more the old picture changes. It is not just a white desert with penguins around the edges. It's a layered continent with hidden water systems, active geology, ancient ice, delicate ecosystems, climate records, and physical processes that connect to the whole planet. Some discoveries feel almost intimate, like finding microbes in a sealed brine. Others feel planetary, like learning how ice shelves hold back glaciers. Some are eerie, like the sounds of the Ross Ice Shelf. Some are beautiful, like blue ice fields under low sunlight. Some are unsettling, like the vulnerability of ice to warming oceans. All of them belong to the same place. So when someone asks what Antarctica is hiding, the answer is not one thing. It is hiding lakes because ice can cover water. It is hiding mountains because ice can bury land. It is hiding climate history because snow can trap air. It is hiding life because microbes can survive in places that seem impossible. It is hiding sounds because our ears are not built for every frequency. It is hiding processes beneath the ice shells because oceans can work in darkness. It hides these things not out of intention, but because the continent is vast, cold, and difficult. That is enough. And once we see that, we can approach the stranger claims with a clearer mind. Antarctica does have real anomalies, real unexplained details, real scientific puzzles, and real events that sound peculiar even when described carefully. There are giant openings in sea ice that appear in places where people do not expect them. There are gravity measurements that have sparked speculation. There are signals, shapes, and images that look odd until geology, ice movement, or measurement methods are understood. There is even the strange case of a lifeboat found on one of the most remote islands in the world, with no clear story attached. The continent and its surrounding waters are full of oddities. The difference between a good mystery and a bad theory is what we do next with the evidence. The difference between a good mystery and a bad theory is what we do next with the evidence. Antarctica gives us plenty of strange evidence to think about, but it also gives us a very strong warning. Do not rush. Do not point at a blurry shape on the ice and immediately build an entire civilization underneath it. Do not hear the word anomaly and assume it means alien machinery, secret weapons, or a door with ancient symbols on it. An anomaly is simply something that does not fit neatly into what we expected at first. Sometimes it becomes a major discovery, sometimes it becomes a measurement error, sometimes it becomes geology, and sometimes, after a lot of excitement, it becomes the scientific equivalent of someone saying, "Ah, yes, that was a rock." Antarctica is full of things that look strange because the place itself is strange. Ice behaves differently at that scale. Light behaves differently on bright snow. Radar can create confusing images. Gravity measurements can reveal hidden structures under the ice. Sea ice can open in enormous gaps where people expect solid cover. Balloons carrying scientific instruments can pick up signals that take years to interpret. Satellites can capture shapes that look artificial until you understand shadows, ridges, melt patterns, or wind-sculpted snow. Even the surrounding islands and seas have produced mysteries, including one very odd abandoned lifeboat on one of the most remote islands on Earth. So there is no need to pretend Antarctica is boring. It is not. It is just very easy to misunderstand. Let's begin with the holes in the ice, because few things get the imagination moving faster than a giant opening in a frozen sea. In the Southern Ocean around Antarctica, sea ice forms and melts with the seasons. During winter, it expands outward, creating a vast floating cover. Then in summer, it retreats. That much is expected. But sometimes large areas of open water appear within the sea ice, far from the edge. These openings are called polinias. They can be small or they can be enormous. And when one appears in the middle of an icy region where people expect a continuous frozen surface, it can look from above like the ocean has opened an eye. One of the most famous examples is the Weddell Polinia, a large recurring opening in the sea ice of the Weddell Sea. It was observed in the 1970s, then became rare for decades, and later reappeared in more recent years. To someone seeing satellite images without context, A huge dark patch in white sea ice can look deeply suspicious. It is the sort of thing that invites dramatic music and a narrator whispering, "Scientists were baffled." Scientists are often baffled, of course, but usually in a productive way involving coffee and equations. In this case, polinias are real oceanographic features, and they can form when warmer deep water rises toward the surface, melting the sea ice or preventing it from forming. Winds, currents, salinity, temperature, and underwater topography can all play a role. A polinia is not an entrance to an underground world. It is not a hole drilled by something rising from below. It is not proof that Antarctica is secretly warm inside, though one can see how the phrase "giant hole in Antarctic ice" might encourage a few people to stretch before leaping to conclusions. The real explanation is about ocean circulation. In the Southern Ocean, layers of water differ in temperature and saltiness. Usually, colder, fresher water near the surface helps sea ice form. But if mixing brings relatively warmer, saltier deep water upward, the surface can stay open. That open water then loses heat to the atmosphere, which can drive more mixing. In some cases, this process can help form dense water that sinks and contributes to global ocean circulation. So a hole in Antarctic sea ice is not just a hole. It is a sign that the ocean and atmosphere are exchanging heat and energy in ways that matter far beyond the frozen south. This is one of those moments where the scientific version is more important than the dramatic version. A giant opening in the ice may look like a mystery portal, but it can help scientists understand climate, ocean circulation, sea ice behaviour, and the exchange of heat between ocean and atmosphere. It may influence ecosystems too, because open water allows light, gases, and marine life to interact differently than under continuous ice. Penguins, seals, phytoplankton, and krill all live within systems shaped by sea ice. A polinia is not empty, it is part of a living ocean, which is probably more interesting than a secret tunnel, unless the tunnel has very good peer-reviewed data. Then there are the strange signals. Antarctica is useful for studying the universe because it is remote, cold, dry, and relatively free from many kinds of human-made noise. That makes it an excellent place for certain instruments. Scientists send balloons high above the continent to detect cosmic particles. They place detectors in the ice to search for neutrinos, those tiny elusive particles that can pass through ordinary matter as if matter had forgotten to lock the door. They use the clear dry atmosphere for astronomy. They listen for radio waves, seismic signals, atmospheric changes, and all sorts of faint messages from natural processes. In a place that looks empty, instruments can sometimes hear the universe very clearly. One set of unusual signals that attracted attention came from balloon experiments, designed to detect high-energy particles. Some signals seemed to come from directions that were difficult to explain in the simplest way. Certain headlines took this and ran off into the snow with it. There were claims about parallel universes, physics being broken, and, inevitably, suggestions that something deeply strange must be happening under the ice. But the careful scientific picture is much less sensational and much more cautious. Instruments can produce confusing results. Radio waves can reflect in complicated ways off ice. Background events can masquerade as something more exotic. The ice itself is not a perfectly simple material. It has layers, surfaces, structures, and angles that affect signals. When scientists find something unexpected, they do not immediately declare a new universe over breakfast. They check the instrument, compare data, test models, consider known physics, look for repeat observations, and argue politely, or not always politely, in papers. That is not to say the signals are uninteresting. They are very interesting. High-energy astrophysics is full of difficult questions, and Antarctica gives researchers a rare platform for studying particles and radiation from cosmic sources. But interesting is not the same as supernatural. A strange signal is a doorway into investigation, not a free ticket to any conclusion we like. If the explanation turns out to be a rare particle event, that is exciting. If it turns out to be an unusual reflection or background effect, that is also useful. Science learns from both. The internet, admittedly, prefers the version where someone says parallel universe and then adds a thumbnail with a red arrow. Antarctica's ice is also used by neutrino detectors such as the IceCube Neutrino Observatory at the South Pole. IceCube uses a cubic kilometre of clear Antarctic ice as part of an enormous particle detector. Thousands of sensors are embedded deep below the surface, waiting for flashes of light produced when neutrinos interact with the ice. It sounds like science fiction, but it is real. The ice becomes part of the instrument. The continent itself is used as a telescope for some of the most elusive particles in the universe. That is a remarkable idea. Instead of looking through a glass lens, scientists look through frozen water older than recorded history. This alone can feed strange stories. A giant detector under the ice at the South Pole, looking for invisible particles from space, does have a certain secret base flavour if one is determined to be dramatic about it. But the purpose is scientific and well known. Neutrinos can tell us about violent cosmic events, such as exploding stars, black holes, and active galaxies. They travel across vast distances and can carry information from places light may not easily escape. The Antarctic ice is valuable because it is clear, stable, and deep. It is not there because anyone is trying to open a portal, contact aliens, or power a machine hidden in the Earth. It is there because neutrinos are extremely difficult to catch, and when you want to catch difficult things, apparently one solution is to bury thousands of sensors in a frozen continent and wait. Science can be wonderfully patient when it has a budget and enough thermal underwear. Gravity anomalies are another favourite source of Antarctic speculation. Gravity is not exactly the same everywhere on Earth. Small variations occur because of differences in rock density, crustal structure, mountains, basins, ice thickness, and material hidden below the surface. Scientists can measure these variations to infer what lies beneath ice or rock. In Antarctica, gravity data help map buried geology, subglacial basins, ancient impact structures, and the shape of the continent hidden under the ice sheet. A gravity anomaly does not mean gravity is broken. It means the mass distribution below is unusual compared with what was expected. One well-known Antarctic gravity anomaly is in the Wilkes Land region of East Antarctica. Some researchers have suggested that a large circular feature and associated gravity pattern could be evidence of an ancient impact structure, perhaps from a huge asteroid or comet impact long ago. This idea has attracted attention because a large impact would be a dramatic geological event. It has also attracted wilder claims because massive anomaly beneath Antarctic ice is practically a buffet for speculation. But the careful version is still uncertain. The ice hides the geology, and without direct sampling and more evidence, interpretations remain debated. It might be an impact structure. It might be something else related to the crust and mantle. In geology, shapes and signals can have more than one possible explanation, especially when the actual rocks are buried under kilometres of ice and not politely labelled. Gravity data can also reveal hidden basins where the bedrock lies far below sea level, mountain roots, dense rock bodies, and tectonic structures. Antarctica was once part of the supercontinent Gondwana, connected to lands that are now South America, Africa, India, Australia, and New Zealand. Its buried geology contains clues about ancient continental breakup, mountain formation, volcanic activity, and the long history of Earth's crust. So when scientists find an anomaly, they are not necessarily finding a mystery object. They may be finding a record of plate tectonics, old rifts, dense mantle material, or the scars of deep geological time, which is less dramatic than a hidden machine perhaps, but has the advantage of being how planets actually work. Another kind of Antarctic oddity comes from satellite images. People online often scan satellite maps of Antarctica looking for shapes. A dark line becomes an entrance. A triangular mountain becomes a pyramid. A shadow becomes a structure. A wind-carved ridge becomes a runway. A crack becomes a tunnel. This happens because the human brain is very good at pattern recognition. Too good sometimes. We see faces in clouds, animals in wallpaper, and threatening messages in the way a cat looks at us before knocking something off a table. This tendency is called pareidolia, and Antarctica is a perfect canvas for it because snow, rock, shadow, and ice create stark shapes that can look artificial from above. Some Antarctic mountains do look sharply triangular. That does not make them pyramids. Mountains can be shaped by erosion, freeze-thaw processes, glaciers, rock structure, and the way ridges meet. A peak with several steep faces can look strikingly geometric, especially under low sunlight. If you choose the right satellite angle, crop the image, add ominous music, and avoid mentioning geology, you can make almost anything look suspicious. But natural landforms often produce straight-looking lines and sharp angles. The Giant's Causeway has hexagonal basalt columns. Crystals form geometric shapes. Desert dunes create repeated patterns. Glaciers carve U-shaped valleys. Nature is not allergic to geometry. The same is true for so-called entrances in the ice. Shadows at the mouths of caves, crevasses, melt channels, nunataks, rock outcrops, and gaps in snow cover can all look like openings. Some may be actual caves, especially in volcanic areas, but actual cave does not mean secret base. It means cave. A cave is allowed to exist without becoming a headquarters. Antarctica has volcanic areas, ice caves, and wind-carved hollows. It also has research stations, fuel depots, and structures built by humans for ordinary reasons. A strange shape on a satellite image should begin a question, not end one. Where is it? What is the scale? What angle is the sun? Is there a geological map? Are there higher resolution images? Has anyone studied the area? Does the shape appear in other images? Does it change seasonally? These questions are not as exciting as shouting entrance, but they are much better at finding truth. Another real phenomenon that can look strange from above is the movement and cracking of ice shelves. Long fractures can stretch across the surface, melt ponds can form and drain, blue ice can create dark patches, wind can expose layers, snow dunes and sastrugi can produce repeating patterns. Icebergs can break away and leave clean geometric-looking edges. When a massive tabular iceberg carves from an ice shelf, it can look almost artificially cut, with straight sides and flat surfaces. But that is not proof of machines. Ice fractures along lines of weakness, stress, and structure. Large-scale natural breaks can look surprisingly neat. Nature can use a ruler without needing a ruler. The giant rectangular icebergs that sometimes appear in images are a good example. They can look like someone sliced them out with a cosmic knife. In reality, tabular icebergs break from ice shelves, and because ice shelves are already flat and layered, the resulting bergs can have very straight edges and level tops. It is unusual to see something so large and geometric in nature, but it is not unnatural. It is just ice behaving according to stress, fracture, and buoyancy. Still, one understands why people pause. A perfectly flat iceberg drifting through dark water does look like a piece of architecture that forgot where it was going. Then there are Antarctic meteorites. These are not anomalies in the suspicious sense, but they are strange enough to mention. Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites because the ice preserves them and concentrates them in certain areas. Dark rocks from space stand out clearly against blue ice. Some meteorites found in Antarctica come from the Moon, or Mars, blasted into space by impacts and eventually falling to Earth. That means pieces of Mars have been found lying on Antarctic ice. If one wanted to make a wild claim, one could say Antarctica contains rocks from other worlds. The funny thing is, that one is true. It just does not mean what conspiracy stories might want it to mean. It means planetary science has excellent fieldwork opportunities in very cold places. The Bouvet Island lifeboat is a different kind of mystery, not on Antarctica itself, but in the remote Southern Ocean, connected to the same world of isolation and difficult access. Bouvet Island is often described as one of the most remote islands on Earth. It is a small, icy volcanic island in the South Atlantic, far from regular human settlement, surrounded by rough seas and harsh weather. In 1964, a British expedition visited the island and reportedly found an abandoned lifeboat in a lagoon, along with some supplies or signs of human presence nearby, but no clear trace of the people who had arrived in it. The origin of the boat has remained uncertain, and because the island is so remote, the story has become a genuine little maritime puzzle. This is the kind of mystery that does not need embellishment. An abandoned lifeboat on a remote sub-Antarctic island is odd enough. Who was in it? How did it get there? Did survivors land and later leave? Was it from a ship, a covert operation, a fishing vessel, a scientific party, or some other source? Records do not provide a tidy answer. Various explanations have been suggested, including connections to Soviet vessels or whaling activity, but no universally accepted solution has settled the matter. It is a reminder that the Southern Ocean has always been difficult to monitor. Ships passed through remote waters, weather destroyed evidence, logs were incomplete, people made landings that did not become famous. Sometimes history leaves a boat and forgets to leave a note, which is frankly poor archival practice. The Bouvet lifeboat also shows how real mysteries differ from inflated myths. There is no need to claim aliens, monsters, or secret Antarctic kingdoms. The mystery is human, maritime, and logistical. It belongs to a world of remote islands, rough seas, lost records, and the difficulty of reconstructing events in places almost no one visits. That is enough. Not every unanswered question is a doorway to the impossible. Sometimes it is simply an unanswered question, standing quietly in bad weather. The Antarctic environment also creates unusual visual effects. Mirages can occur in polar regions because layers of air at different temperatures bend light. This can make distant objects appear distorted, raised, stretched, or displaced. A ship, iceberg, coastline, or mountain may look strange under certain atmospheric conditions. Early explorers sometimes saw things that were hard to interpret. In a landscape with few reference points, distance and scale can become unreliable. A small feature may look huge, a far feature may look close, a slope may disappear into flat light, shadows may sharpen or vanish. The continent does not only challenge the body, it challenges perception. This matters because many strange reports begin with someone seeing something in a place where seeing is difficult. Antarctica offers glare, whiteout, low sun angles, blowing snow, fog, ice crystals, mirages, and vast empty horizons. The eye wants contrast and landmarks. The mind wants patterns. The landscape provides neither consistently. Under those conditions, misinterpretation is not a failure of intelligence. It is a normal human response to an abnormal environment. The problem begins when a fleeting impression becomes a fixed claim without evidence. A responsible mystery remains open. A bad theory slams the door and paints definitely aliens on it. There are also strange biological and ecological signals from Antarctica's seas. Changes in krill populations, penguin colonies, seal behaviour, whale movements, phytoplankton blooms, and sea ice patterns can all indicate shifts in the Southern Ocean system. To scientists, an anomaly may be a surprising breeding failure, an unusual migration, a sudden bloom, or a mismatch in timing between predators and food. These are not the sort of anomalies that trend as dramatically as a supposed pyramid, but they may be far more important. The health of Antarctic ecosystems depends on sea ice, ocean temperature, currents, and food webs. When these change, animals respond. A penguin colony moving or shrinking can be a signal. A change in sea ice timing can be a signal. The living world is full of messages, though admittedly penguins deliver them without paperwork. In the ice itself, unusual layers can reveal volcanic eruptions, dust events, pollution, and atmospheric changes from around the world. Ice cores may contain spikes in sulfate from ancient eruptions, traces of lead from human industry, or changes in greenhouse gases. These are anomalies in the record, sudden changes that stand out from background patterns. They may not look dramatic to the eye, but on a graph they can tell stories of eruptions, climate shifts, and human influence. Antarctica records the world's fingerprints. It is remote, but not isolated from what happens elsewhere. The atmosphere carries our history there, one particle at a time. That may be the strangest signal of all. Antarctica, the place that seems farthest from human civilization, contains evidence of human civilization in its ice and air. Industrial pollution, greenhouse gases, radioactive traces from nuclear testing, microplastics in some environments, and other markers can reach even the frozen south. The continent looks untouched, but the atmosphere is a delivery system. This is not a conspiracy. It is chemistry, circulation, and the inconvenient fact that Earth is connected. Antarctica may keep people out, but it cannot keep the rest of the planet's changes away. So when we look at the strange signals, holes, and anomalies of Antarctica, we are really looking at several kinds of mystery at once. There are physical mysteries like polinias and ice shelf vibrations. There are cosmic mysteries like neutrinos and unusual particle signals. There are geological mysteries like gravity anomalies and buried structures. There are visual mysteries created by light, shadow, ice, and our own pattern-hungry brains. There are historical mysteries like the Bouvet lifeboat. And there are environmental signals warning us that the frozen continent is changing in ways that matter. The key is not to drain the mystery away, it is to handle it properly. A giant hole in sea ice becomes more interesting when we understand ocean mixing. A strange radio signal becomes more interesting when we understand how difficult it is to detect high-energy particles. A gravity anomaly becomes more interesting when we connect it to buried geology and ancient Earth history. A triangular mountain becomes more interesting when we see how ice and rock create forms that only look designed from one angle. A lifeboat on Bouvet Island becomes more interesting when we admit that history sometimes loses track of people in remote places. Antarctica invites big stories because it is big, remote, and hard to check. But the best stories are the ones that stay close to evidence. The continent does not become less mysterious when we remove aliens, secret bases, or ancient super-civilizations. It becomes more mysterious in a cleaner, deeper way. It becomes a place where the ocean can open holes in winter ice, where the ice can detect particles from beyond our galaxy, where gravity can hint at buried structures, where satellite images can fool the eye, where a lifeboat can appear on a remote island without an easy explanation, and where signals from the past are trapped in frozen layers below your feet. And this is where the next part of the Antarctic story begins to take shape. Because once a place contains real mysteries, false mysteries gather around it almost automatically. The real ones create the atmosphere. The false ones move in and start rearranging the furniture. A hidden lake becomes a hidden city. A mountain becomes a pyramid. A particle detector becomes a portal. A research station becomes a secret military base. A protected treaty becomes proof of a cover-up. The myths grow in the snow because Antarctica gives imagination so much space to run, and because most people will never get close enough to see where the story leaves the evidence behind. The myths grow in the snow because Antarctica gives imagination so much space to run, and because most people will never get close enough to see where the story leaves the evidence behind. That is where Antarctica becomes especially interesting, not only as a physical place but as a mirror for the human mind. The continent is distant, difficult, white, silent, and only partly visible to ordinary people. It has real restricted areas, real research stations, real military-supported logistics, real hidden lakes, real unusual signals, real ancient ice, real strange geology, and real stories of explorers dying in the cold. Put all of that together, and the imagination begins to warm itself by inventing things. It is a little like leaving a blank notebook beside someone who has just had 3 cups of coffee and watched a documentary with dramatic music. Something is going to be written in it, and not all of it will be sensible. The important thing is that myths about Antarctica usually begin with something real. That is what makes them sticky. A completely random claim with no connection to anything often falls apart quickly. But a claim that attaches itself to a real feature can last much longer. There really are hidden lakes under the ice. There really are caves and volcanic areas. There really are strange holes in sea ice. There really are research stations that most people cannot visit. There really is an international treaty system. There really are places protected from casual human activity. There really are satellite images that show sharp mountains, dark openings, and strange shadows. So when someone takes one real thing and then adds a large unsupported conclusion, the story can sound convincing at first. It borrows the seriousness of science and spends it on speculation. Take the idea of Antarctic pyramids. This is one of the most common claims. People find satellite images of triangular mountains, usually peaks with steep sides and sharp ridgelines, and say they are ancient pyramids built by a lost civilization. The images can look striking, especially when the sun is low and shadows sharpen the edges. But mountains can naturally form pyramid-like shapes. Glaciers carve valleys around peaks. Freeze-thaw weathering breaks rock. Ridges intersect. Erosion can leave angular faces. A mountain does not become a building because one angle looks neat. If that were true, the planet would be absolutely packed with secret architecture, and hiking maps would need a very different section for amenities. The pyramid claim works because Antarctica is hard to visit. If someone pointed at a mountain in the Alps or the Rockies and said it was clearly an ancient pyramid, plenty of geologists, climbers, locals and tourists could say, "No, that is a mountain. There is a trail nearby and someone lost a glove on it last Tuesday." Antarctica does not have that same everyday familiarity. Most people cannot compare the satellite image with first-hand experience. They see a shape, they see ice, and they see a story. But the evidence for ancient Antarctic pyramids is missing. There are no verified ruins, no tools, no inscriptions, no settlement remains, no datable human-made structures under or around those peaks. There are mountains that look geometric from certain angles. Nature does that. Nature does not always design things with the messiness we expect. Sometimes it makes straight lines, sharp edges, and shapes that look suspiciously tidy, just to keep the internet busy. Then there is the Atlantis idea. Some versions claim that Antarctica was once the location of Atlantis, or an ancient advanced civilization, before it was covered by ice. This has a certain storybook appeal. Antarctica was not always frozen in the way it is today. In deep geological time, when the continents were arranged differently and climates were warmer, Antarctica had forests, rivers and life that would seem impossible if we only picture the modern ice sheet. Fossils show that the continent once supported plants and animals in far warmer conditions. That part is real. But there is a very large gap between Antarctica was once warmer in deep time, and a lost human civilization lived there and was buried by ice. Humans have not been around for the tens of millions of years needed to match those warmer Antarctic conditions. The modern ice sheet developed over a very long time, far earlier than any human civilization. The timescales do not cooperate. Ancient forests in Antarctica are not evidence for Atlantis. They are evidence for plate tectonics, climate change over geological time, and the fact that Earth has been many different versions of itself. That is already fascinating. Antarctica once had ecosystems that would feel completely out of place there today. The continent's past includes warmth, vegetation, and animals, but not a human city with crystal power towers, marble plazas, and someone complaining that the harbour view is being ruined by the approaching ice age. Another popular myth is the hollow Earth idea. In some versions, Antarctica hides an entrance to an inner world. This is an old idea that has been adapted to many locations, but Antarctica is especially useful for it because the South Pole feels like an edge of the map in the imagination. People imagine forbidden openings, guarded zones, hidden caves, and aircraft prevented from flying over certain areas. The problem is that the Earth is not hollow. We have many lines of evidence about Earth's internal structure: seismic waves from earthquakes, gravity measurements, magnetic fields, volcanic activity, density calculations, and the behaviour of the planet as a rotating body. Earth has a crust, mantle, outer core, and inner core. It is not a shell around a habitable interior with secret suns and lost kingdoms. If it were, earthquakes would have been kind enough to mention it by now. Antarctica does have caves. It has volcanic systems. It has ice tunnels, crevasses, and subglacial channels. But a cave is not an entrance to the centre of the planet. It is a cave. A tunnel in ice is not a doorway to another civilization. It is a tunnel in ice. The Hollow Earth myth survives because it gives a simple explanation for why Antarctica feels inaccessible. It turns a difficult landscape into a hidden doorway, and hidden doorways are very satisfying in stories. They are less satisfying in geology, where doors are usually replaced by pressure, heat, rock, and a disappointing lack of furniture. Then there are the alien stories. Antarctica is a magnet for alien speculation because it has several things that alien stories love: remoteness, unusual signals, meteorites, government-funded research stations, radar surveys, ice-covered features, and photographs that most people cannot interpret. A research station becomes a cover. A neutrino observatory becomes a portal. A meteorite from Mars becomes proof of visitors. A radar image of a subglacial lake becomes a buried spacecraft. A mountain shadow becomes a hangar. The story writes itself almost too easily. The reality is that Antarctica is extremely useful for space science, but not because aliens are hiding there. Its clear, dry air, long, dark winters, low radio noise in some regions, and high-quality ice make it valuable for astronomy, particle physics, meteorite collection, and studies of environments that may resemble other worlds. Scientists look at Antarctica partly because it helps us understand space. That does not mean space creatures are using Antarctica as a garage. The presence of cosmic research does not imply a cosmic visitor. If anything, it shows that Antarctica is a good place to observe the universe because it is cold, dry, high, remote, and stable. Which is a more ordinary explanation, but still impressive. Turning a cubic kilometre of ice into a neutrino detector is not boring. It is the kind of human achievement that should not need a little green man standing beside it for decoration. The Nazi base myth is another persistent one. This story usually connects to the German Antarctic expedition of 1938 to 1939, when Nazi Germany explored and mapped parts of Queen Maud Land, calling the area New Swabia. From there, the story grows. Some versions claim that Germany built secret bases under the ice, escaped there after World War II, developed advanced aircraft, hid treasure, or even contacted non-human intelligences. The claims then often mix with Operation High Jump, a real United States Navy Antarctic operation in 1946 to 1947, which was large, military-led, and therefore easy to fold into speculation. Here again, the myth begins with real pieces. Nazi Germany did send an expedition to Antarctica. The United States did conduct Operation High Jump after the war. Military personnel and ships have supported Antarctic logistics. But the leap from those facts to secret Nazi cities under the ice is not supported by evidence. Building and maintaining a large hidden base in Antarctica would require huge amounts of fuel, food, equipment, heating, waste management, transport, communication, medical care, spare parts, and personnel. Antarctica is not a convenient hiding place. It is an expensive survival problem wearing a white coat. A secret base there would be less like a villain's lair and more like a logistics nightmare with frostbite. People sometimes underestimate how hard it is to live in Antarctica because films and games have made hidden bases look easy. A door slides open in the ice, lights come on, and everyone walks around in sleek black uniforms as if heating bills do not exist. Real Antarctic stations are difficult enough when they're openly supplied, carefully planned and supported by international logistics. A large secret base would leave traces, supply chains, waste, fuel movement, communications, construction evidence, satellite visibility, personnel records, and probably a very tired accountant. The myth survives because secret Nazi technology is a familiar modern legend, and Antarctica offers a dramatic stage. But drama is not evidence. The giant monster myth is another interesting case, especially stories of enormous octopuses or unknown creatures living beneath the ice. The Southern Ocean does contain remarkable life. There are giant squid in the wider deep ocean. There are colossal squid in Antarctic waters, which are real animals and genuinely impressive. There are strange fish adapted to cold water, some with antifreeze proteins in their blood. There are huge sea spiders, sponges, worms, krill swarms, seals, whales, and ecosystems beneath ice shelves that scientists are still studying. Antarctic marine life can be weird in the best way. It does not need a made-up kraken guarding a secret trench. The idea of a monster under the ice comes naturally from the fact that we know less about the deep ocean than we do about many landscapes on land. Add an ice shelf overhead, darkness, freezing water, and difficulty of access, and the mind begins adding tentacles. But there is no evidence for giant monster octopuses attacking hidden bases or guarding forbidden Antarctic secrets. There are real large cephalopods, real unknowns in deep-sea biology, and real difficulty studying life under ice shelves. That is enough. The real colossal squid is already one of the strangest animals on Earth, with enormous eyes and a life mostly hidden in deep, cold water. If your story already contains that, adding an impossible super octopus feels a little greedy. Another common myth is that no one is allowed to fly over Antarctica because something is being hidden. This usually misunderstands both aviation and geography. Flights over Antarctica do happen in certain contexts, including research flights, supply flights, sightseeing flights from some countries, and specialised aviation operations. But regular commercial routes across the continent are limited because there is little practical reason to cross it. Few emergency diversion options, severe weather, navigation and communication challenges, and safety rules about how far aircraft can be from suitable airports. Airlines do not generally choose routes because they look exciting on a flat map. They choose them based on safety, cost, demand, fuel, regulations, winds, and emergency planning. Antarctica is not a convenient shortcut for most flights. It is a place where an unexpected landing would be a very serious event, not an opportunity to stretch one's legs and buy a fridge magnet. The treaty system also feeds myths. The Antarctic Treaty preserves the continent for peaceful purposes and scientific cooperation, limits military activity, and sets a framework for environmental protection. To many people, this is one of humanity's better political achievements. Nations agreeing, at least in this one difficult place, to avoid turning a continent into a battlefield or a mining free-for-all. But to conspiracy thinking, cooperation itself can look suspicious. If many countries agree on rules, the theory becomes that they must be hiding something together. This is a very convenient kind of thinking because any evidence against the theory becomes part of the theory. If scientists share data, that is suspicious. If countries inspect each other's stations, that is suspicious. If tourists visit coastal areas, that is staged. If access is restricted to protect the environment, that proves secrecy. It becomes impossible to disprove because the idea has built itself a little bunker. But ordinary explanations work better. Antarctica is governed carefully because it is remote, dangerous, scientifically valuable, and environmentally fragile. Military support is involved because moving people and supplies in extreme environments often requires heavy logistics, aircraft, ships, and trained personnel. Scientific stations are not open to random visitors because they are workplaces in a dangerous place, not museums with a cafe. Protected zones exist because wildlife, historic sites, and research areas can be damaged. Permits exist because unregulated activity would create risks and harm. These are not glamorous explanations, but they are real ones. In a place where a fuel spill, a lost tourist, or a contaminated lake can become a major problem, regulation is not sinister. It is basic competence. The myth of a giant ice wall also appears often, especially in flat Earth circles. Antarctica becomes, in that view, a ring around the world rather than a continent at the South Pole. This claim collapses under navigation, satellite data, circumpolar travel, astronomy, time zones, seasons, gravity, and the basic fact that people have crossed and flown to Antarctica from different directions. But Antarctica still plays a central role in that myth because it is remote and difficult. Most people have not been there, so it becomes a convenient place to put the boundary of an invented world. It is harder to build a myth around a shopping centre. Too many people have seen the car park. This is a recurring pattern. The less accessible a place is, the more symbolic work it can do. Antarctica can be made into a prison, a wall, a secret base, a lost continent, a portal, a laboratory, a monster den, or a doorway to the inside of the Earth, because most people do not have ordinary everyday memories of it. It is not associated with school runs, traffic lights, corner shops, or someone walking a small dog in a raincoat. It exists at the edge of experience, and at the edge of experience, stories grow quickly. There is also a psychological comfort in believing that a place is hidden because someone is hiding it, rather than because nature is huge and indifferent. A conspiracy gives the world intention. Someone knows, someone controls, someone has the map, someone is keeping the secret. That can feel oddly reassuring even if the story is frightening. The real Antarctica offers a different kind of unease. It says there are places that are difficult not because of human plans, but because the world is physically extreme. No one needs to forbid you from crossing a crevasse field in a blizzard. The crevasse field and the blizzard have already handled the matter. The myths also show how people sometimes confuse mystery with permission. If something is unknown, they assume any explanation is equally possible, but that is not how evidence works. We may not know every detail of a subglacial lake, but that does not make aliens, Atlantis, or underground empires equally likely. Some ideas fit the evidence better than others. A red waterfall fits iron-rich brine and oxidation. A singing ice shelf fits wind-driven vibration. A triangular mountain fits glacial erosion and rock structure. A large polinia fits ocean mixing and wind. A gravity anomaly fits buried geology or possible ancient impact structures depending on evidence. We do not need to fill every gap with the biggest story available. Sometimes the gap is simply where the next careful measurement belongs. This does not mean imagination is bad. Imagination is part of science too. Scientists imagine possibilities, propose hypotheses, design instruments, and ask questions beyond what is already known. The difference is that scientific imagination has to answer to evidence. It must be tested, corrected, rejected, refined, or supported. Mythic imagination does not have to do that. It can keep its favourite idea no matter what the data say. That is fun in fiction. It is less useful when trying to understand a real continent. Antarctica deserves better than being treated as a storage cupboard for every theory that cannot find a home elsewhere. It is not a blank space for any claim. It is a real place, with real ice, real animals, real scientists, real dangers, real histories and real unknowns. When false stories dominate, They can make the genuine discoveries harder to appreciate. A person who is busy searching for an alien door may miss the extraordinary fact that microbes can live in cold, dark brine beneath a glacier. Someone convinced that a mountain is a pyramid may miss the geological story of how that mountain formed. Someone focused on a secret base may ignore the international effort required to study climate, sea ice, and ecosystems. The invented mystery can actually make the real one smaller, and the real one is enormous. Antarctica contains ice that can tell us about Earth's atmosphere long before modern industry. It has lakes hidden under pressure and darkness. It has dry valleys that help us think about Mars. It has meteorites from other worlds. It has animals adapted to cold, hunger, darkness, and seasonal extremes. It has ice shelves that can hum in the wind. It has glaciers that may shape future sea level. It has historic huts where tins of food and old equipment still sit in the cold, preserved like paused memories. It has shipwrecks, survival stories, volcanic heat, and seas full of life. The real continent is not plain. It is packed with difficulty and meaning. So why do the myths persist? Partly because they are entertaining. A secret base is easier to explain than subglacial hydrology. A pyramid is easier to see than tectonic history. A monster is easier to imagine than a food web, partly because distrust of institutions makes official explanations feel suspicious to some people, partly because satellite images give everyone the feeling of being an investigator, even when interpretation requires expertise, and partly because Antarctica itself looks like the place where secrets should be. A frozen continent at the bottom of the world is almost too perfect a setting. If someone wrote it as fiction, an editor might say it was a little obvious. There is also the matter of silence. Antarctica does not answer quickly. A rumour can spread in minutes, but a research expedition may take years to plan, conduct, publish and review. By the time the careful explanation arrives, the dramatic version has already put on a coat and wandered through half the internet. Slow truth has a difficult job in a fast world. Antarctica, unfortunately for the impatient, is a slow truth kind of place. But perhaps there is a better way to enjoy these myths without being fooled by them. We can treat them as signals of fascination. People invent stories about Antarctica because they sense correctly that it is extraordinary. The mistake is not being interested. The mistake is stopping at the most dramatic answer instead of following the evidence to the deeper one. A myth says, there must be something hidden there. Science says, yes, many things are hidden there, and here is how we find out what they actually are. That second sentence is less flashy, but it opens more doors, and gently, it may help to remember that Antarctica does not owe us easy access. Some people respond to restricted travel by assuming their personal curiosity has been unfairly denied. But curiosity is not the only value. Safety matters. Environmental protection matters. Scientific integrity matters. Wildlife matters. Historic preservation matters. The fact that a person wants to walk somewhere does not automatically mean the world must rearrange itself into a visitor centre. Antarctica is one of the few places where human access is still treated as a serious responsibility. That can feel frustrating, but it is not unreasonable. In a strange way, the myths prove the power of the continent. Antarctica is so large, remote, and visually unlike ordinary life that people cannot leave it alone. They keep trying to explain the feeling it gives them. Some reach for science, some reach for history, some reach for conspiracy, some reach for monsters. But the feeling begins in the same place. This continent is different. It is not familiar. It does not fit neatly into the everyday world. It feels like it should contain secrets because it genuinely does contain secrets, just not always the ones people invent. The snow gives myths room to grow, but it also preserves facts. Beneath it are records of ancient air. Around it are seas that help drive Earth's climate. Within it are cracks, layers, buried lakes, meteorites, ash, dust, and traces of human history. Along its coasts are animals living by rhythms older than our maps. In its stations are people doing ordinary difficult work, fixing generators, cooking meals, repairing instruments, collecting samples, watching weather, and trying to understand a place that still resists being simplified. No hidden empire is required, no alien hangar, no giant octopus with a security clearance. The myths will probably continue. Antarctica is too good at provoking them. As long as there are blurry images, real restrictions, hidden landscapes, strange discoveries, and people who prefer dramatic certainty to careful uncertainty, the stories will keep appearing. But we do not have to accept them as truth to understand why they exist. They are frost patterns on the window of human imagination. Interesting to look at, sometimes beautiful, often misleading, and usually not a good substitute for opening a science textbook. When the full stories fall away, what remains is not disappointment. What remains is Antarctica itself, which is far more impressive than the myths built on top of it. A continent that can stop ships, bury mountains, preserve ancient air, hide lakes, shake with low sounds, stain ice red with iron, expose rocks from Mars, and make experienced humans plan every step with care. That is not a boring reality. That is reality doing quite well on its own. And this brings us closer to the central point. Antarctica attracts myths because it is inaccessible and alien-looking, but its real science and history already contain more than enough wonder. The continent does not need monsters to be frightening. It does not need aliens to be strange. It does not need pyramids to be ancient. It does not need a hollow earth entrance to feel like another world. It is already one of the most extreme, least ordinary places on the planet, and the more closely we look at what is actually there, the less we need to invent. It is already one of the most extreme, least ordinary places on the planet, and the more closely we look at what is actually there, the less we need to invent. That may be the most important thing to understand about Antarctica. The real continent is not a disappointment once the wild stories are removed. It does not become smaller when we take away the secret Nazi cities, the alien hangars, the ancient pyramids, the hollow earth entrances, the giant monster octopuses, and all the other claims that tend to march across the internet wearing snow boots and an air of great confidence. What remains is still one of the strangest places on Earth. It is still a continent where the cold can break machines, where wind can erase direction, where ice hides mountains, where lakes sit sealed in darkness, where red water seeps from a glacier, where ice shells vibrate in tones too low for human ears, where meteorites from Mars can lie on blue ice, and where a person may look out across the landscape and feel that Earth has become unfamiliar. That is enough. More than enough, really. Antarctica does not need monsters, because Antarctica itself is the monster. If by monster we mean something vast, powerful, difficult to understand, and not especially concerned with human comfort. Not a creature with tentacles or glowing eyes, but a continent-sized force made of ice, weather, distance, darkness, and time. It does not chase anyone. It does not roar. It does not lurk behind a door. It simply exists, and that is usually sufficient. A blizzard does not need a dramatic backstory. A crevasse does not need sharp teeth. A 4-kilometre thick ice sheet does not need to be haunted to be taken seriously. It can simply be 4 kilometres thick, which is already a rather firm statement. The habit of adding monsters to Antarctica says more about us than about the continent. Humans like clear shapes. We like a mystery to have a face. If something frightens us, we often try to turn it into a creature, a villain, a plan, or a secret. It is easier to imagine that people are being kept out because someone is hiding a monster than to accept that the real barrier is cold, cost, law, logistics, danger, and environmental responsibility. A monster gives the story a centre. Reality gives it a system. And systems are harder to fit into a short sentence, especially if one is trying to sound dramatic in a comment section. But systems are where the real wonder is. Antarctica is not strange because one impossible thing is hidden there. It is strange because so many real things meet there at once. It is a continent, but not a normal lived-in continent. It is a desert, but made mostly of ice. It is remote, but globally important. It looks still, but its ice moves. It looks empty, but it stores ancient air, hidden water, microbial life, meteorites, volcanic heat, and records of climate change. It is protected by treaty, not because it is a forbidden kingdom, but because it is dangerous, delicate, and scientifically valuable. It is hard to reach, not because all routes are blocked by some secret authority, but because the Southern Ocean, the weather, and the ice are already very effective gatekeepers. The false stories often flatten all of that. They take a complex place and reduce it to a single shocking claim. There is a base, there is a pyramid, there is a hole, there is a creature, there is a cover-up. These claims feel large, but they are usually small compared with the actual continent. A secret base is a room-sized idea. A hidden civilization is a storybook idea. A monster is a film idea. Antarctica is bigger than all of them. It is a climate archive, a glacial system, a biological frontier, a political agreement, a survival challenge, and a planetary warning sign all at the same time. It does not need to borrow importance from fantasy. Think of a Lake Vostok sealed under kilometres of ice. There is no need to imagine a lost city at the bottom of it. A real lake isolated in darkness for immense lengths of time is already extraordinary. If microbes live there, they may tell us how life survives without sunlight, under pressure, in cold water, cut off from the surface. That could help us think about life beneath the ice of other worlds. That is not a small mystery. It reaches from a frozen lake in Antarctica to the icy moons of the outer solar system. Adding a monster to it would not make it more interesting. It would make it less useful. Think of blood falls. A glacier releasing red, iron-rich brine into one of the driest, coldest deserts on Earth sounds like something invented for effect, but it is real. The explanation involves ancient salty water, iron chemistry, oxidation, microbial ecosystems, and glacial movement. That is enough. It is already strange to have a red stain flowing from a glacier in a polar desert. Calling it supernatural would not deepen the story. It would stop the story too soon. The scientific explanation does not close the mystery. It opens it into smaller, more specific questions. Where did the brine come from? How does it move? How do microbes survive there? What can this tell us about life in extreme environments? A good explanation is not an ending. It is a better way to keep looking. Think of the Ross Ice Shelf humming in the wind. That could easily become a tale about signals, messages, or something alive under the ice. But the real phenomenon is physical. Wind moving across snow dunes, causing the shelf to vibrate at low frequencies. Those vibrations can change with weather, melting, and surface conditions. In other words, the ice shelf may be monitored by listening to it. That is a quietly remarkable idea. The ice does not sing because it has a secret. It sings because wind, snow, and ice interact. We only needed instruments sensitive enough to hear it. The mystery is not that the shelf is magical. The mystery is that the ordinary behaviour of ice at that scale is already beyond ordinary experience. The same is true of the giant openings in sea ice. A polinia looks strange from above, a dark gap in the white surface of the frozen ocean. It is easy to imagine something rising from below, or heat from some hidden source. But the real explanation involves ocean circulation, wind, salinity, heat exchange, and deep water moving upward. A polinia can affect the atmosphere and the ocean. It can influence ecosystems. It can tell scientists something about how the Southern Ocean breathes heat and cold into the planet's systems. That is not boring. It is just not designed like a movie trailer. Even the so-called anomalies beneath Antarctica become more interesting when treated carefully. Gravity measurements can reveal differences in buried rock, ancient basins, possible impact structures, or deep tectonic history. Radar can map subglacial landscapes. Satellites can show cracks, motion, thinning and change. None of this requires a hidden machine. The continent's buried geology is already old enough, complex enough, and difficult enough to study. A real buried mountain range under ice is more impressive than a fake pyramid because it tells us something about how continents form, how ice sheets grow, and how Earth changes across deep time. There is also a kind of respect in refusing to turn every unknown into a conspiracy. Antarctica is a real place where real people work. Scientists, pilots, engineers, cooks, mechanics, doctors, station managers, field guides, communication staff, and many others spend months there making research possible. Their lives are not spent guarding cartoonish secrets. They are spent maintaining generators, clearing snow, checking instruments, cooking meals, repairing vehicles, monitoring weather, drilling cores, studying wildlife, sampling ice, and trying to stay healthy in a place where the environment makes every ordinary task harder. Imagining that all of this is merely a cover for some grand hidden truth can sound exciting, but it also ignores the actual labour and risk involved. And there is a lot of risk. Antarctica remains dangerous even now. A storm can trap a team, a crevasse can be hidden under snow, a medical emergency can become complicated by distance, a flight can be delayed by weather, a ship can be blocked by ice. A station can become isolated through the winter. Fire, fuel spills, frostbite, mechanical failure, and communication problems all matter more there than they would in an ordinary town. These dangers do not need exaggeration. They are real and practical. In many ways, practical danger is more frightening than imaginary danger because it does not care whether anyone believes in it. That practical danger is one of the main reasons Antarctica is controlled and protected. Restrictions are not proof that something unnatural is being hidden. They are proof that the place is hard to visit safely and easy to damage. The Antarctic environment can look indestructible because it is so harsh, but it is also fragile. Waste breaks down slowly. Fuel spills can persist. Wildlife can be disturbed. Non-native species can be introduced accidentally. Historic sites can be damaged. Scientific areas can be contaminated. Subglacial lakes require extreme care. The idea that everyone should be able to wander wherever they like sounds adventurous until you remember that adventure without responsibility is often just someone else's clean-up operation. Antarctica also matters too much to be treated casually. The ice sheet holds enough frozen water to reshape coastlines if large amounts are lost. Its ice cores record past atmospheres. Its glaciers help scientists understand sea level rise. Its surrounding ocean plays a major role in global circulation and carbon uptake. Its ecosystems are tied to sea ice, krill, penguins, seals, whales, and food webs that can be affected by warming and fishing pressure. What happens there does not stay there. That is one of the great ironies of Antarctica. It feels separate from human life, but it is tied deeply to the future of human life, especially for people living near coasts. This is why the real Antarctic story is not only about mystery, it is also about responsibility. A place can be strange and still need protection. A place can be remote and still be affected by our choices. A place can look empty and still be full of value. Antarctica forces us to think in longer timescales than we usually like. Ice cores reach back hundreds of thousands of years. Ice sheet changes unfold across decades, centuries, and millennia. Sea level rise continues long after the first cores. Even the human history there, from the early explorers to modern research stations, is brief compared with the age of the ice. Antarctica makes a human lifetime feel like a very short visit. That may be why it attracts such powerful feelings. It is one of the few places that still resists our usual habits. We cannot easily own it. We cannot easily settle it. We cannot easily cross it. We cannot easily dig through it, sample it, or explain all of it. We can observe, study, visit carefully, and build temporary shelters, but we remain guests. That is unusual. Much of the modern world has been shaped to serve human routines. Roads go where we need them, buildings keep weather out, screens bring distant places close, food arrives wrapped, labelled, and often far too difficult to open. Antarctica ignores most of that. It reminds us that Earth is not only the comfortable parts. The explorers learned that lesson in the hardest ways. Scott, Shackleton, Ammonson, and the people who travelled with them were not facing myths. They were facing weather, hunger, distance, and ice. Ammonson succeeded because he planned with the environment in mind. Scott's party died within reach of a depot because the margin for survival had vanished. Shackleton failed to cross the continent but saved his crew through leadership and persistence after the ice-crushed Endurance. These stories do not need invented villains. The continent was challenge enough. The suspense came from whether people could survive the real conditions. Often, that is more gripping than any monster story because there is no creature to defeat, no spell to break, no final battle. There is only the next mile, the next meal, the next storm, the next decision. The myths may continue because they are simple and satisfying. But Antarctica itself asks for something better from us. It asks for patience. It asks us to accept uncertainty without filling every gap with fantasy. It asks us to respect evidence. It asks us to understand that not every closed door hides a conspiracy. Some doors are closed because beyond them is an environment where untrained people can die, wildlife can be disturbed, and science can be ruined by a careless footprint. That is not sinister. That is a sign that the place is serious. And if we let the real Antarctica speak through the evidence, it tells a story far richer than the false ones. It tells us that Earth has had warmer pasts and colder pasts, that continents move, that ice can preserve ancient air, that life can survive in darkness, that oceans can open holes in winter ice, that a glacier can bleed red without being alive, that wind can make a shelf of ice hum, that meteorites can wait on the surface like messages from other worlds, and that humans, for all our technology, still need humility when entering extreme places. That humility may be the best answer to the question of why most of us cannot go to Antarctica. Not because it is impossible, not because no one is allowed under any circumstances. People do go. Tourists visit coastal areas, scientists work at stations, field teams travel into the interior, pilots land on ice runways, ships cross the Southern Ocean. But it is not open in the casual sense, and it should not be. Going there requires money, permission, planning, training, equipment, guidance, and respect for rules that exist for good reasons. Antarctica is not hidden from humanity. It is protected from carelessness, and humanity is protected from underestimating it. That may feel disappointing to someone who wants the world to be completely accessible, but perhaps it is healthy that some places are not easy. Perhaps it is good that there are still regions where the correct response is not, I should be allowed to go wherever I want, but I should understand why this place requires care. Antarctica is one of the last landscapes on Earth where that lesson is unavoidable. It remains distant not because it is imaginary, but because it is real in ways that our ordinary lives rarely require us to confront. So, if you ever see a photograph of Antarctica and feel that it looks unreal, you're not wrong to feel that way. It does look unreal. A blue iceberg under a low sun, a penguin colony on the edge of freezing water, a red stain at the foot of a glacier, a research station surrounded by endless white. A mountain peak rising from ice like the tip of a buried world, a flat horizon under a sky that seems too large. These images disturb our usual sense of Earth. They make the planet feel bigger, older, colder, and less domesticated. That feeling is real. It just does not require a false explanation. The real mystery of Antarctica is not that monsters may be hiding there. The real mystery is that a place like this exists on the same planet as gardens, train stations, warm kitchens, traffic lights, crowded markets, and bedrooms where people fall asleep listening to stories. While we live our daily lives, a continent of ice sits at the bottom of the world, holding ancient air, moving slowly toward the sea, reflecting sunlight, shaping oceans, sheltering strange life, and keeping most of its details under a frozen surface. It is not separate from us, but it is far enough away to remind us that Earth is larger than our routines. And now, after travelling through that frozen story together, we can return to the question we began with. Why can't you go to Antarctica? The answer is not one thing. It is the ocean, the ice, the wind, the cold, the distance, the law, the cost, the environmental rules, the safety risks, and the simple fact that the continent is not built for casual human presence. It is not because there is a monster waiting beyond the treaty line. It is because Antarctica itself is already more powerful, more dangerous, and more interesting than any monster we could invent. So if you are listening from somewhere warm tonight, perhaps with a blanket nearby or a drink cooling beside you, there is a certain comfort in knowing that Antarctica is still there, far away, white, difficult, and mostly quiet. Scientists are measuring it. Winds are crossing it. Ice is moving. Penguins are going about their serious little lives. Subglacial water is shifting in darkness. The Ross Ice Shelf may be humming in frequencies too low for human ears. Somewhere, a meteorite may be resting on blue ice, waiting to be found. And the continent, indifferent as ever, continues being itself. If this quiet journey to the bottom of the world has given you a little calm, a little curiosity, or simply a new respect for a place most of us will never see in person, I would be grateful if you liked the video and subscribed. It helps this peaceful corner of the world reach other people who enjoy slow science, strange places, and mysteries that do not need to be exaggerated to be worth our attention. And perhaps before sleep takes over, you might picture Antarctica not as a forbidden land full of hidden monsters, but as a real continent under a real sky. Cold beyond comfort, beautiful beyond convenience, and mysterious in the best possible way. Not because it refuses to be known, but because knowing it properly takes time, care, and humility. The world still has places like that. Places that ask us to slow down, look carefully, and admit that the truth is often stranger than the story we were ready to believe. Sleep well, wherever you are tonight, far from the katabatic winds and the creaking ice. Antarctica will still be there in the dark, holding its ancient cold, keeping its records and reminding the rest of the planet that mystery does not always hide behind a locked door. Sometimes it lies in the open, under snow, waiting for us to understand it properly.